Hello, Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so we are streaming, and I guess we're just waiting for 2 more council members.
Correct. Councilman Gully and Councilmember Gully and Councilmember Zaluski. I will give it just 2 more minutes. We do have a quorum.
I don't have Jim either. Laura, Jim can't find the link. Can you
Yeah.
resend it to him?
Kim, do you mind forwarding Jim the link, please?
Don't forward the link because they're all particular to individuals. I'll resend it to him.
Thank you. Anasha, now we have 2 of you?
Yeah, I'm in the process of switching to my phone. The computer seems to be having a significant delay. Are you able to hear me here?
I can hear you. I don't know which one you're.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll
I hear you.
disconnect in a moment.
Welcome, Councilmember Zaluski.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Now I need some video.
Just waiting on Councilmember Gully. There he is. Very good. Okay, we are live. We have been for a few minutes, and thank you for your patience out there. I will officially open the finance meeting this evening, September 10th, and we are at 6:09. I would ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would ask Councilmember Gully to lead us in the pledge, and bear with me, I did bring a flag, so hold on one second. Go ahead, Councilmember Gully.
He's muted.
Councilmember Gully, you are muted. Councilmember Gully, can you restart, please? Oh, there he is. You're still on mute.
I'm trying to figure this out.
There you go. You got it. You put it back on. In the right-hand corner, there you go.
Is that right?
We're good.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay.
I'm
It's
not
all
so
right,
computer,
Councilmember Gully. You went a little fast, too. That's all right.
I'm out of breath. I'm working hard tonight. Hi,
Okay.
Erin, how are you?
We'll do a quick roll call. Councilmember Gully,
I'm still here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Present.
Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present from the phone.
Okay,
I'll see how this works.
no problem. Councilmember Zaluski
I'm here.
and Councilmember McDermott.
I'm here.
Council President Mantello, I am here. We have 7 present. Even though this evening is September 10th, I would just like to take a moment of silence. Tomorrow is September 11th, and we will certainly never forget that day. So I would just ask everyone to take a moment of silence. Thank you. I would also invite folks to tomorrow's small ceremony. Social distance and mask will be required, but at the September 11th memorial up on 112th Street, we encourage folks if they would like to arrive at 8:30, and there will be a very small ceremony to remember September 11th. All right. Moving along, I will take a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second? Can you please say it?
Second?
Thank you. For Mara. Thank you. Councilmember Ash McPherson seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion first, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, approval minutes carry 7-0. Presentation of this evening's finance agenda. You'll see on the agenda our deputy comptroller, mayor and deputy mayor are going to give an update on the impact of COVID, the economic shutdown, where we are today, where we're going for the next 3 months. And certainly on that note, I just want to thank everyone, including the council, the mayor, and the administration for working together. As many of you know, we've put a number of measures in place, including short-term borrowing, including hiring freeze, non-essential, and many other measures have been put into place starting this past April. We would not be where we are today. We would be in much dire straits if we did not put those measures in place. But Andy will bring us up to speed and tell us where we are and how the plan is to move forward, and the mayor, of course. No local laws. We do have 2 ordinances. One of the ordinances is going to amend a hauler's permit and some technical amendments. That is Chapter 247, Ordinance 68. Ordinance 69, we have a settlement case, and then we have a few resolutions. I do want to inform folks who signed up for the finance meeting that we asked folks that sign up for the finance committee who would like to speak on an agenda item. So we'll go into the public forum in a minute. I do also just want to make a very short, brief statement. There's been some emails flying back and forth. There's been a couple of press releases out there regarding the council trying to silence folks. And I want to say very clearly tonight, I know the council, and I will speak on your behalf, have worked very, very hard to make our meetings open, to make them inclusive. I will say we are in very challenging times with Zoom, and it has presented us some challenges. We were initially taking letters, and then we transitioned because we felt the letters were very impersonal, and we wanted to hear from people. So now we have folks joining us on Zoom. We have to be very cautious. As many of you know, at the last TNAC meeting, there was a Zoom bomb with horrible hate and some videos that were quite unacceptable, saying that that's why we transitioned to this effort in terms of trying to be open and inclusive and have people join us. There are also was an issue in terms of non-resident speaking. And I want to make it really, really clear. We have rules. Many of those rules, I can tell you, over the last 4 years during my tenure, and probably others who have been on the council prior to that, when you're in person, anyone that wants to speak at that podium, I don't recall anyone being turned down in terms of speaking. With the Zoom, we have to pre-register people. And if you notice on this evening's speaker list, we have folks from Scenic Hudson, we have folks from outside the city, and we try to be very reasonable when it comes to comments being written, to folks being able to speak. In addition to that, if there are any issues with our rules, I have spoken to other council members, and I would like to put a very small subcommittee together if we do need to clarify those rules. So I've talked to Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Zaluski. We would have one minority, two majority. It would be a subcommittee of the finance if we do need to clarify those rules. I really want to say those rules were unanimously adopted, bipartisan, and those rules, you know, certainly were put in place to obviously have a reasonable meeting with reasonable time frame, and at the same time include any folks in terms of public speaking. So I just want to make it clear, and I did talk to many folks about this. So saying that, we'll move along if everyone's good with that. And I want to make sure, is our corporation counsel with us? I don't see Rick Morrissey. He will be with us shortly. And I do know that Steve Streichman for the regular meeting will be joining us also. I'm not sure if Sharon Martin's joining us, Monica, but you know, I'm not sure if the assessor is also joining us. So
I think to join us.
Thank you, Mara. Are they joining us?
I know Steve said he will be joining us at 7 for the regular meeting, and I believe Sharon is planning to join us as well. She was invited as asked to be included as a panelist, so she should be here as well.
Perfect. And I want to recognize our engineers with us also, Aaron Vera. Thank you for joining us, Aaron. So without further ado, I would like to now pass it over to our Deputy Comptroller, Andy Petrusky, to bring us up to speed in terms of the COVID budget impact. And I want to thank you, Andy, for all the work and time and energy that you have put in keeping us on track. Thank you.
All right. The first thing, I want to just mention this. Usually we bring the audit to the council in September. There's an extension for federal single audits this year. Bonadio, and we met with them this week. We're hoping to bring it to the council in October. So it is being worked on. It's getting there. COVID is the delay on that. All right. This is going to be a really honest conversation about where we stand. It is not meant to be overly negative or things of that nature. This is where we are at. I'm going to focus on 2020, and then there are some things with 2021's budget that the council needs to be made aware of. I think now, so you're aware, and it has COVID implications. Where we stand today, I mean, obviously, the school districts have seen their state aid reduced 20%. That's been in the news very much so. We are being told to continue to anticipate at least a decrease, a 20%. We are being told to anticipate at least a 20% cut in our state revenue. That equates to $2.5 million. That money is received at the end of December. Generally, it comes in anytime between Christmas and New Year's. I will be honest, it's been deposited before on December 31st. And an important thing to note as we go through this evening The third quarter sales tax is also received anytime between Christmas and New Year's as we go through this. When it comes to federal aid, we have been talking for months that we had all been given indications, for myself at the local level, the state level, the federal level, everyone thought that there was federal aid coming. Every single one of those people I talk to now, with the exception of one, is very pessimistic when it comes to the receipt of federal aid. As I'm sure most of you saw today, the Senate Republicans put forward a bill. It was voted down. There was not a penny of money in that bill to go to local governments. My personal opinion, this thing has turned way too political, and now this is the situation we are in. We have begun the process of using our CARES administration money for COVID purchases, so that will bring in some funds. The fire department has submitted for reimbursement of over almost $290,000 of related overtime costs from COVID. That is through FEMA. We cannot get any sort of projection as to when that money will come in. That goes through multiple levels of review. Chief McMahon has been very diligent on staying on top of that. And we are monitoring cash. This has now become a cash issue. There is a very realistic possibility the city's general fund could have a surplus at the end of the 2020 fiscal year. And we have these problems here today, created entirely by when we recognize revenues. In a normal year, cash is very tight in October and November and December until we get that aid in. We received the second quarter sales tax this month, and there is no major revenue received from that date until the day the state aid and the sales tax is received from the state comptroller's office. We have done a week by week cash analysis where we look at department expenses, and the department budgets cannot be cut any further without a reduction to city services. We've already gone through budget amendments this year and reduced them as far as we could. So I looked at, in concert with department heads, how much they need to get from today till December 31st. We're looking at current payroll trends and other expenses that are needed to get through. The cash position from now until going from today until the middle of December is almost entirely depleted by that date. And when I say the city's cash, we are assuming all operating fund cash on hand, which is the general fund, the water fund, the sewer fund, and the garbage fund, all combined into one. I'm going to put up a graph to illustrate what this looks like. And I hope it goes up. As you can see, we project at the end of this week, we will have $18.2 million of cash on hand once we pay everything tomorrow. The problem area is down the week ending December 11th and December 18th. The projection showing $556,000 on hand. We get concerned in my office when there's $2 to $3 million on hand. So obviously, this illustrates the concern that we have. I think it's important to explain some of the other things that have caused this in relation to COVID. We continue to see reductions in departmental income, just some areas of decrease: parking meters, parking fines, traffic fines, building permits, the golf course, and the golf course only because it had a delayed opening in 2020. And sales tax all continue to see decreases year over year. Public safety overtime in both police and fire has increased, created by vacancies in the department of both departments and the events that have occurred throughout the summer months. we have seen a significant increase in the usage of health insurance throughout the last few weeks. Just for example, we paid over $300,000 last week for health insurance. We have,
Andy, and can you give that number from last year? I apologize.
which one?
The 300K.
The $300,000 payment for health insurance, that was 1 week. We've seen weeks through COVID where it was 40, 50, 60, $80,000. It is very volatile. It's back to around 100 this week. But we had projected, I had worked with Benetech to forecast, and this is not an indictment on Benetech at all, that Benetech projected out where they thought health insurance would go as COVID relaxed and people went back to the doctor. They thought it would run about 190 to 200 a week. And now we have a week where it's over 300. At $556,000, we can, remaining at December 18th, we cannot support multiple weeks of that occurring. Another big issue we are facing is water bill collections. That is a statewide issue for municipalities, and I will touch upon that later on as to where we are headed in relation to this issue. Obviously, there are multiple potential scenarios of unforeseen events that at $556,000, the city cannot afford to pay for multiple water main, in the event of a significant or multiple water main breaks. If we have a harsh winter or early winter storm, continued public safety events in excess of what we have seen. We are seeing in civilian, police, and fire retirements where the accrual payouts can range anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 per person. And as I just mentioned, above average health insurance utilization. So taking all of that into consideration, the following 4 steps are going to be taken. The first is I'm going to continue to monitor this thing day to day, week to week, to obviously to ensure where we are at. The first major issue we will be taking, the first major step we will be taking, the city council several months ago approved a revenue anticipation note in the amount of $3.3 million. I will acknowledge that at that time, it was said that that would only be issued for when we receive federal aid. That was said at the time when all indications were we were receiving federal aid. As this graph shows, the circumstances have entirely changed. We have scheduled the issuance of this revenue anticipation note of the full $3.3 million to be issued in the month of November. This money will only be used in the event of an emergency where we need cash immediately. It is going to be issued, put into its own bank account, and will just sit there unless if we need it. If it's not needed, it's going to be paid back immediately. We have scheduled in working with fiscal advisors, we've scheduled the bid sale to occur in late October to take advantage of the interest rates. Interest rates on RANs right now are absolutely phenomenal. They're coming in anywhere from 0.6 to 0.7%. Obviously, the goal is to not use this money and be able to pay it back so there is no budgetary implication going out into 2021. The next measure that we will be taking is I'm going to begin drafting legislation with the hope of bringing it to City Council next week at the Finance Committee meeting. And if not, I would request that there is a Finance Committee meeting on September 24th with a special City Council meeting afterwards to address the outstanding water bills within the city at the current time.
Not a problem.
What this proposal will be is if a resident pays their outstanding water bill in the month of October, the penalties will be adjusted off of the account. You pay the principal portion, the penalties are removed. I have talked with the county about this. The county is considering participating in it. The legislation will be specific to the city water and the city sewer charges. It's up to the county how they want to handle their portion of the bill. I am very hopeful that they will also participate in this. I mentioned before, this is a statewide issue. Every municipality I talked to, there was a local finance roundtable last week that I partook in with 4 other local cities. I spoke to a city in Western New York yesterday. Everyone has this issue. It's being attributed primarily to COVID. There was also a piece of legislation approved and signed into law by the governor that does not allow for municipalities to shut off this year. I'm not trying to sound cold-hearted. Obviously, I don't know if we would have shut off. The concern about that legislation, to be honest, is that it contains language that says you are not allowed to shut off until 180 days after the state emergency declaration is rescinded. I am starting to have a concern that an option to shut off for outstanding water bills in 2021, we may not be able to shut off based off that legislation. And the final measure is if residents have an outstanding second installment of the 2020 garbage fee and they have the ability to pay it, I would very much ask them to pay that bill this month while it is due. The number one goal that we have had throughout this the financial implications from the pandemic has remained the same and will continue to remain the same. It is to get the city through this while maintaining all city services and all employment and full employment to all of the current employees. Finally, and then I'm sure there's questions, I do want to touch on 2021, and we've already seen the impact on that through the pension bill. Last week, the state comptroller's office announced an 11% increase to the ERS bill, which is for civilians, and a 16% increase to public safety. Their report attributed that to an increase in life expectancy and also the market conditions as of March 31st, 2020, which is the end of the state fiscal year. I will note, and this is my struggle with this increase, is that OSC has also since put out a public statement that said the losses that existed as of March 31st were made up in the next quarter. However, they are it's still creating an increase of 11 and 16% on each of the bills. So that's where that lies as of now.
Andy, did you mention also the projects? I might have missed it regarding the non-essential.
No, I did miss that. So
Okay.
the mayor, deputy mayor, and I have worked with departments. Any non-essential project has been temporarily held up. For example, Mount Ida Dam, the engineering work on that has been suspended for now. And Chris Whalen has submitted an application to have, I believe I'm gonna word this right, but just an extension on the due date for that project itself because of the pandemic and the financial implications and the cash shortages that we are faced with.
Andy, I did just want to ask if the mayor or deputy mayor wanted to add, and then we'll open it up to council members.
Am I on?
Yeah, Andy, do you mind taking the screen share away? Perfect, thank you. Hi, Mayor.
Hi, I don't really have too much to add. As Andy indicated, this is the time of the year when working capital is thin, and it's exacerbated this year by the loss of revenue sources, departmental revenue, and sales tax revenue. So it just compounds a problem, a challenge that we have every year. I think the solution is prudent. We're not looking to do anything with the money other than hold it in an account in the event there is an unanticipated emergency. So I think it's prudent. I think it's well thought out. A lot of credit to Andy and Monica for working with the departments and getting a good handle on the inflows and outflows of cash.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Monica, did you want to add anything before we open it up?
No, just, this takes a lot of diligence, and it's a continued diligence. And I know I said that word a month or two ago, but it's a thing, right? We have to manage this on probably more so than all of us in our household budgets. The goal of this, again, is to make sure that we maintain city services. We're maintaining staff. That's been the goal of this since we started. We've met with the unions early on and said that we would be, diligent as much as we can. And hopefully we can get to this point where we are now. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but, it's certainly something that we are monitoring very closely so that we can make sure that those services that people expect, as well as the employees and their work, are maintained.
Yep. And I just want to add also trying obviously to not put this burden on the backs of the taxpayers. I'll open it up. Council members, questions?
Council President.
Yes, Council Member Cummings.
Yeah, I am intrigued by this concept about reducing or waiving fees on back bills. And interested in if you've done some analysis on what that would mean to do on the tax bills as well. I know we charge pretty high interest rates, works out to about 26% on those. And some rough calculations that I did says I think there's 4 to 6 million in outstanding tax bills right now, with about, and then on top of that, about 1.4 million in interest charges on those. And so I'm certainly, I don't know to what degree those interest charges are preventing people from paying, but I could imagine a similar holiday, certainly both helping prevent people getting into a foreclosure situation at this moment, but also encouraging the folks who can to pay us now. So I'm wondering sort of what our actual carrying cost is. I wouldn't want to totally waive the fees, but if there's a way to calculate what our carrying cost was, for that $4 million that's been outstanding for years, and whether it would be helpful to the cash flow if we can pull some of that in.
I mean, obviously, any bill paid right now is going to be a benefit. My concern, and I've only looked at water bills. I have not looked at anything with property tax waiving. That opens up, to me, the water bill process. This is just looking at the workload on doing it on water is infinitely times easier than doing it on taxes.
Sure.
And then you bring up, a partial waiving that our system does not handle that. It's
okay.
The way even the way we're going to do the water is incredibly manual. It will involve someone sitting there and adjusting off every single interest charge. The interest on taxes goes on automatically. So even how that would work, I do not know.
Okay.
You also have to get on board with that. The city, the county, and the school. And I don't know, and I'm not going to speak for the county and the school when it comes to waiving their interest.
Sure.
With the city is also not in a position to pay the interest
certainly.
for the county, and then not in the position to pay the interest for the school. So that's just that. I don't. That is. I mean, the water. Water to me is the one that has to be addressed because it is entirely abnormal. Property tax collection is the best it's been in 5 years. So right. It's not following the trend. To me, we need to address where the issue lies. And to be honest, people are gonna have a hard time if they aren't paying the bill when it gets re-levied onto their property tax bill, because that's what's gonna happen if it's unpaid at the end of November when we begin the re-levy process.
Makes sense. All set, Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, for now, just
Thank
we
you.
can continue
Sure.
that conversation.
Work in progress, absolutely. Other council members, questions? Well, as mentioned, we're here on a bipartisan basis to continue working together to address, like I said, this is very challenging and unprecedented times. So we have to continue working together and figuring out, I mean, a penny is worth saving right now. So whatever we can do, Andy and Mayor Monica, we're here. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving along, we are going to go into the public forum. We have a couple of people who are here to speak on agenda items. Our first up is Richard Sleeper. So Mara will be connecting Richard in a couple of seconds. Hello, Richard. You are on mute. Hi there.
How are you? So I understood that there was something to do with the approval relating to this forest that's north of Hannaford, this asking to be rezoned. That's why I signed up.
Okay, sure.
Tonight, or is that related to this, or am I in the wrong place?
It's okay. And it does get a little confusing if you were at the meeting, obviously this is, our Zoom world. If we were in person, it'd be much clearer. Stating that, Richard, it's on the regular agenda. Since you're on with us, if you would like to speak now and not wait for the regular meeting, I don't mind. It's on the regular meeting agenda, which will happen probably around 7:20. So if you want to wait for the regular meeting, public forum, or speak now, it's totally up to you.
I guess it would make more sense to wait until it comes up.
For the regular?
Sure.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. And Richard, you'll be first on that one also, so be ready, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And so next up, we have Mark Russo, and Mark will be joining us in a couple seconds. So we will connect with Mark.
And I'll just say after Mark is going to be Hinid Rafa.
I'm sorry, who's third?
The
Okay.
last name is Rafe, R-A-F-E-H. She'll be the third.
Okay. Hi, Mark. Thank you for joining us. We're in the finance meeting, the public forum. Do you know what agenda item you would like to speak on? Do you mind?
Yes, I want to speak on Ordinance 69 from the
Okay.
finance meeting.
Okay.
Just want to comment that, as I'm sure many other people have brought up at other meetings, that the Troy Police Department already consumes over 40% of the city's general fund, while other important programs struggle for funding. And as a recent incident about complaint forms at the Troy Central Police Station has made abundantly clear, department's officers who are sworn civil servants to serve and protect Troy citizens have responded to members of the public who offer criticism with arrogance and contempt, not compassion or transparency I would expect from an institution entrusted with protecting public safety. Related to this, much of the response to the resurging Black Lives Matter movement has focused on so-called bad apples who give good officers and good institutions a bad name. If any Troy PD officer should be classified as a bad apple, I think Officer Comatali is a prime example. During his tenure, he cost taxpayers over $175,000 to settle lawsuits stemming from excessive force and other misconducts, especially given the financial constraints the city is under that were just elaborated during this meeting. It's fiscally irresponsible as well as outright disrespectful to Troy taxpayers to give this disgraced public servant any additional public money. Excuse me, and I urge you to vote no on ordinance 69.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your comments. And I believe you're also going to speak at the regular meeting, so we'll see you there. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next.
The next person is Hined Rafe. And then I have 3 other people who did sign up for the finance meeting, but they have not logged in yet.
So yeah, I'm going to leave the majority. My name's Hined Rafe. I'm going to leave the majority of my comments for the public forum as well. But I did just want to bring to attention the issue of having these discussions about the financial decisions being made for Troy, and just referencing to the exclusion of non-residents in these public meetings. I think that I understand definitely the good intentions of trying to make sure that Troy residents have a voice, but I also want to just draw attention to many of the people who are not having a voice because they are not able to have residency, whether this is the indigenous people who have been taken off of the land, whether this is people who just do not have their primary residence in Troy, but are definitely contributing to our city. And I just kind of want to have this in our mind as we go into the next meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your comments. And as I mentioned earlier, if there's clarification or anything that needs to be adjusted, we want everyone to have a voice, obviously. So we will have a couple council members and the Corp Council look at that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next on the list, Mara.
The 3 other people who signed up for the finance meeting have not logged in. So I think the public forum can come to an end.
Okay. I will close the public forum, and we have a number of folks who signed up for the regular meeting, and stating that we'll go into the legislation. Before we go into the legislation, I did want to mention one of our colleagues lost a dear family member, Max, earlier today, who was a member for 18 years. And we're very, very sorry, Council Member Zalewski, and we're thinking of you and Michael and Max.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate that.
No problem. Okay, ordinance 68, ordinance amending chapter 247 of Troy City Code. Council Member Cummings, Council Member Zalewski, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion, Council Member Steele. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Zalewski, and I will ask, maybe you could combo, but I want to thank our Corporation Counsel and Renee, our recycling coordinator. An ordinance was passed last year for hauler permittees here in the city. There were some concerns about the insurance coverage and some other concerns, and I know that Rick Morrissey and Renee looked at other municipalities and really fine-tuned that and overhauled it. So I'll ask Rick to go into that. And then there are some other amendments to the solid waste, which I'll ask our deputy mayor maybe, or Rick, whoever would like to address those. Thank you. You're still on mute.
All right,
Hi,
am I unmuted now?
You are unmuted. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a technological wizard. The amendments were largely generated by requests from haulers who felt the insurance requirements were unfair. We looked into that. They're still, we did reduce them somewhat, but they're still pretty hefty. I think we have an obligation to protect the citizens and to make sure that anyone we permit driving around a heavy truck in the city of Troy is well insured. So, but we were able to reduce the umbrella requirement quite a bit. There are a number of other amendments in there. We flattened out the rates for the trucks. We clarified a couple other pieces. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I did have a lot of help from Renee and Renee's assistant, Adrian Cattell. So.
Thank you, Rick. And I'll just ask, I know Monica probably, or someone worked on the other amendments in terms of the solid waste. I didn't know if you wanted to touch on those. I noticed the fee, Councilmember Ash McPherson actually brought that up the other day, was taken out, and now it will be placed in the budget. I don't know if you want to hit those.
The reason for that was, frankly, it was causing confusion. This is the solid waste removal fee, which every household gets charged. And the fee in there was $164, I believe. But that fee was subject to annual amendment in the budget process. And so someone would read 164, but it would then actually have been increased to 184. So we thought it was better since the council sets it every year in the budget process.
Okay. I'll open it up to questions, discussion. Okay.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Rick, I'm to understand that fee is solely based on the cost of running the operation for the sanitation department. Am I correct? No other additives, just the cost of running the operation denotes the fee.
You know, I can't really say what it's based on. I know that the council votes on it, and I know that the fee is devoted to the sanitation department, trash department of the sanitation department.
The deputy mayor, I think, wants to jump in. Yep.
So I just want everybody to realize, so back when we introduced the fee for service, it was 164. We added that into the legislation, but if you notice in the legislation, it also states that the fee will be, if it's changed, the fee will be done through the budget process. I'm not sure who actually wanted the number in. It might have been Tyler, who was the previous one, to put the 164 in. We weren't actually really excited to do that, just say it would be set by budget. So the fee that's in there right now is the actual fee right now. It's the one that we're in the billing cycle. It's not to be set for the next year, Jim. It's just clarifying what our current bill is.
No,
but
Monica,
it is the cost. It is the go ahead.
I think the fee is no longer recited in the legislation. All that's recited is that the council will set the fee every year in the annual budget process.
Oh.
Yep. Further, yes.
Council President?
Yep, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Rick, and I'm trying to scroll through the emails where, when I had the phone calls and I came across this where the discrepancy was, there was two places. This 164 was in this area here, but the 180 is listed under the 360 code under sanitation. I was just trying to find that in there. So there does have that dollar amount in the sanitation, but I can't find it right now. I'm looking for it.
Okay. I am unaware of the other place it might be. Maybe maybe the deputy mayor knows about that. Sorry. I may have spoken out of turn if that's what the deputy mayor was referring to. I only worked with the chapter 247.
That's okay.
If you look at section 5 where where that dollar amount is stricken out, if you read the entire thing, it says solid waste management fees. The owner and or occupant of each residential unit will pay the annual fee per unit for the public solid waste collection services provided by the city. The solid waste management fee shall be set in the annual budget process, and the fees will fund the city's garbage fund. So it's set annually, and we wrote it that way purposely because we knew that if there's an increase, just cost of business or cost of goods changes, that fee could change. So instead of having it set in the legislation, it's set by the budget.
In the budget document, I believe it's the page after, there's a page that summarizes how the tax rate's calculated. The page after that summarizes how the garbage fee is calculated itself. And it is specific to the operations and expenses of the garbage fund.
Jim, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yes, very much. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Further discussion, questions?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I'll just note the last amendment, I think is just a clarification of the street number. It's not the street, it's the street number that we want on the premise. That's a super important thing, both for emergency services and for garbage collection. I'm just wondering what the process has been to get the word out about that new requirement and how that's going in terms of rollout of street numbers in the alleys.
If I can remember correctly, because it was a little bit a while ago that we talked about it, it's something that once we had all of this passed and the correct verbiage in there, we were actually just going to do a marketing campaign, essentially an outreach and marketing campaign with the Solid Waste Fund, and then just start getting the word out that way.
Gotcha.
Jim, this actually is the solution for what you were looking to propose last year with Jim Caruso.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
That is correct, Monica. And I feel more than sanitation, I certainly feel that our safety forces will have more efficiency in reaching property addresses in the back, which hopefully can save time, save effort, and save some aggravation in the future. And that's what I brought it to the table for. And I appreciate that in there. Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Renee, for including that.
Further discussion, questions? I just wanted to add on this ordinance, as I said, I know a lot of work was put in to the hauler permits because we were being bombarded, especially me, like every other week by a couple of the haulers. So I want to thank the work that was put into that. From the onset of the garbage fee, I had a concern, as many folks know, with the garbage fee itself. I'm not going to go there right now. It's not the time or the place. But regarding setting it in the annual budget, I do have some issues with that. And I would prefer that the council set that fee. But we talked about that at length when the fee was made permanent. So I want folks to know, and all of you to know that the hauler language, I know a lot of work went into it, and I thank you for that, but I'm going to vote no on the full ordinance. Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. So we have 6-1 on ordinance 68. We're going to move to ordinance 69. Ordinance 69, an ordinance authorizing settlement of claims to wit, Dominic Commental, plaintiff, versus the city of Troy, defendant Rensselaer County, Supreme Court case index number EF 2020-265299. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. I'll just, if you don't mind, pass it over to our corporation counsel, just to give your legal advice and why the settlement. Thank you.
How do I am I unmuted?
No, you're good. Thank you.
Okay. The reason to settle it is because, well, first of all, the reason to settle it is because it's probably a pretty good deal for the city. The claim is worth about $20,000. The settlement is for $10,000. The legal position of the city is, in my estimation, a little weak. I think I explained that fairly clearly in the memo in support. Regardless of anyone's personal feelings about Dominic Cometel, and I realize he excites passions in the street, and I don't know what council members think, but this is a matter of accruals that presumably were earned before he left the force, and they were not paid because there was a dispute in interpretation of his resignation agreement, and this basically literally and figuratively puts paid to that account.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. I'll open up council members, discussion, questions. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Ordinance 69 carries 7-0. Resolution 92, resolution proclaiming September 2020 as Ovarian Cancer and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Troy, and all of us are sponsoring this important awareness resolution. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion?
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. We can read it at the regular. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, resolution 92 carries 7-0. Resolution 93, resolution postponing further implementation of the Community Choice Aggregation Program authorized by local law number 1 of 2020 and opting not to see pricing at the present time. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Ash McPherson, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Councilmember Gully motions. Do I have a second?
Can I second?
You sure can.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Ash McPherson, I feel a lot of support for this resolution. On the discussion, first, before we go into discussion, I'll just explain why I'm sponsoring this resolution. As many folks know, due to COVID, the CCA, which is all about trying to actually buy renewable energy at a low cost rate in a pool, stating that I know Councilmember Cummings and others, last year we begun the effort and it carried on to this year. The local law was passed in March of this year. And we have been working with Mega, which is a company on our behalf who would buy bulk rate energy, renewable energy. And I fully supported the local law. I continue to support the effort, and I want to make that really clear. When COVID hit, we did put this effort on the back burner. One of the issues with this is it's a state mandated in terms of everybody will be opted in and you actually have to opt out of the program in terms of the delivery of your energy. Many of us have National Grid. Some people have decided to go with other companies. I really, as I say, I want to make it clear, I support the effort, I support the program. This resolution, Albany and Schenectady have decided to not pursue this bulk rate energy pricing right now. And I felt it was important for the council to do a resolution to state the same, saying that if we want to put it on the back burner without legislation, I'm not sure if that's appropriate or not appropriate in my eyes because of COVID. I think the openness of informing people, the education of this program would be very clouded because people are so focused on schooling for their children, their bills. And so stating that I would like to wait until next year. I'm not sure how other council members feel. If we know National Grid obviously is proposing to raise rates, I think by maybe 8% or something. So maybe we could get it at a bulk rate, lower price and renewable. My fear is with Schenectady and Albany backing out, that certainly brings that population pool down quite a bit. So I felt it was important to pass a resolution, basically putting it on hold. We still do not have the board set up, and that's another issue. So saying that, I'll open it up for discussion and
Council President.
yes, Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, so a few things. First, I just want to correct the base. There was one mention in there about folks who have already opted to a different service under any CCA that anyone would ever do. Folks who have already made a decision, stick with that decision unless they decide to opt into the CCA instead. This is just for folks who haven't made a decision of their own, giving them more options. Giving them a different default option, one that we negotiate for them that would save them some money, ideally. And then obviously they can opt back down to National Grid if they prefer what National Grid was offering them at any point in the program. So that's just a baseline. I know you all are aware of that, but I wanted to make sure that was on the record. In terms of where the program is, yes, Albany and Schenectady, really every municipality seems to be backing away from it a little bit right now, largely because we did see the numbers. The numbers have been coming in to us over the last several months, and they just aren't clear that they're going to provide savings to our residents. It's likely that they may save a couple dollars over the course of the program, but that's not worth the aggravation and complexity of this program necessarily. That being said, there are some things that can be built on top of a CCA that may make that worthwhile if it enables us to provide deeper energy savings to our residents through the CCA program overall. None of that's even in the works yet, and so certainly I think it makes sense to continue what every municipality in the area is doing with MEGA, which is engaging with them, working with them, and trying to figure out a path forward. I'm certainly not supportive of a blanket, we don't want to go forward with it. And I think that this resolution as written provides a little too stringent a restriction on how it might move forward in the future. In particular, it sort of says because of COVID, it's impossible to do communication with the public, which I disagree with. And so, you know, I suppose if we were to amend out a couple of those sections and just said, you know, there's hurdles, we could, but then it wouldn't really say much. So my sense is that we should continue on course, which is a course of cautious and deliberative moving forward in communication with all of our partner municipalities, and develop a program that can provide significant benefits to our residents moving forward, whether that happens this winter or in a couple years. You know, we're not looking to rush this, but we are looking to make sure that we are able to move when we get it, when we need to. So that being said, I certainly encourage us to stay the course and not vote in these new restrictions, but I will also just make a commitment to the council now that we're not going to be moving forward with a whole new program without deep discussion with the council and the public.
And, you know, as the sponsor, I just want to also clarify a couple of things. You did mention, you know, that the folks who have opted in for other delivery services outside of National Grid would not be switched, but the majority of folks, you know, full disclosure, are with National Grid, stating that. But in the resolution, if you read it again, Councilmember Cummings, I did mention, you know, that it's been delayed, affected by COVID, but I did just say has been compromised, that the public education has been compromised by COVID-19. And, you know, honestly, the oversight board, when I voted for the local law, the oversight board was a good idea at that time because we could fully educate folks and we would have a board in place. And my fear is, you know, while we have an appointment to that board, the minority, the majority, the mayor and the planning commissioner would be on it. My fear is that, you know, say 3 folks of the board decide to move forward, we essentially gave up that ability for the council to give that thumbs up or thumbs down. And next year, when the 25,000 maybe how folks, or maybe even 10,000 folks, if this was to go forward, found out that they were with another company and now they have to opt out, I think it's a matter of just disclosure. They're not going to go to that board. They're going to come to the council because obviously we're the ones that, you know, are accountable to the taxpayers and the residents of Troy. So I just think, well, when COVID didn't hit, we had that opportunity to fully educate folks, have in-person meetings, and it really seemed to be going really well. Some of our public meetings had gatherings of maybe 30, 40 folks. But saying that once COVID hit, I mean, we all know it got put on the back burner. And to start that public education up and really let folks know you have to opt out of the program, I truly believe is tough. I mean, we're having a tough time sometimes Zoom meetings. So that's just my personal opinion. And I understand if the support's not there. I just had to, you know, make an attempt to move that forward. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I just want to chime in and say what I agree is the education, and I've been saying it since day one, the education has been a huge issue of mine to get it out to 50,000 people, and it wasn't doing that. I don't like the opt-out issue, but again, if this were to go through, people would have to be educated in order to do that. We've got other munis around us that are all opting out of this. It's something that we should take a pause on. So where would you say you'd like to see any adjustments or amendments done on this, Councilman Cummings?
That's a much larger discussion. There's a tremendous amount of potential in the CCA still.
Put that in.
Sorry, are you saying to this resolution in particular, or this resolution in particular? I think just really doesn't do much and causes some mud in the water in terms of what the process is and what could cause some confusion moving forward. I think it's better to stay the course for now. That being said, you know, you mentioned other municipalities are dropping out. What that means for them dropping out is they informed Mega via an email that they weren't interested in moving forward at the beginning of September. Mega already then gave a new report on all their pricing to everyone, regardless of that position. And all the municipalities continue to say, you know, it's interesting, but we're not seeing the numbers we wanted to see. So nobody is taking a tact like this with a further drawdown. We're not joining Albany or Schenectady with that in terms of our strategy here. This is a totally new and different strategy, and I get it, but it doesn't necessarily. It sets us apart from the rest of the community. I'd rather be working together with them on an ongoing basis, and I think we need to continue to work with them on an even playing field there. That being said, you know, from the beginning, the purpose of the smaller board was because of sort of tight timelines on some decision making, as well as the complexity of energy markets and green energy markets and solar energy development. There's a tremendous amount of detail to get into there. I'm happy to do that with the whole council. I'd love to involve all of you in that process to the extent you want to. I thought the point of the working group was that group, which I think should be named soon because there's work to do, would be taking the lead on that and able to make the recommendation, and that would allow the council not to have to get together a meeting at the last minute when there's a decision to be made. That was the course Albany took as well. A lot of other municipalities just leave the decision entirely in the hands of the mayor. And so, you know, I guess that's a decision to be made amongst ourselves going forward, but this resolution doesn't change that process at all. It just adds another hurdle that I mean, I'm not even sure what exactly this resolution as written accomplishes beyond stating a sense of the council. At any rate, it's not my sense, and I certainly wouldn't want to see it move forward.
Well, we have done senses of the council in the past,
Sure.
you know, so.
And I guess we can take the sense of the council on it, I suppose.
So, okay, further discussion? Questions?
I would call the question, please.
Absolutely. Councilmember Steele and then Councilmember Gully, I know, had his hand up. Councilmember Steele?
I was actually calling the question for a vote, but if Councilmember Gully has something to say.
Councilmember Gully.
Hi, great. Thank you for your patience. I will tell you from my experience, group buying is always a great way to create savings. And I respect and appreciate that. But through my communication with the people running the program, and Nicole, I think we emailed, she told me that at this current time, they had 40,000 people that they believed would move forward. In the electric industry, 40,000 people are not a lot of volume to create a drastic savings. And their numbers that they were giving me through their emails were still higher than what I pay through the company I'm with, and others, it's a standardized amount. My frustration is that if you're looking at green energy, that's going to be more expensive, and that will be attractive to people who are into having that green energy. Although I can't tell the difference in my lines if it's green or blue or brown. I can tell you that a lot of people out there don't care either. And I don't want to be the guy that pushes this on them, and then they look at their bill one day and go, "What the heck is this? Who is this program?" Without notification, without education, without letting them know that this is coming and getting a feel for the people that we represent. I think that, and I'm all game for a great price and a good deal, but I really don't think that they can produce that this time of year with this situation, with the municipalities on hold. I'd be willing to look at a number, but I'm not willing to keep stringing people along on this deal. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to feel secure in saying I would support something without the proper education to the people that we have to serve. And right now, I think that there's no education. There's no expansion of this information to the residents of Troy. So even if you started now, you couldn't implement this to next year anyways. And 2 weeks ago, we were given a deadline of September 1st. We had to do this by September 1st. That deadline came and went. I sent in emails. I didn't even get replies to my last 2 emails. Now that kind of worries me that I'm not getting information when we're supposed to make such a dynamic decision like this for 50,000 people and whatever it is, 20-something thousand households. That kind of worries me. And I did ask her for details on how she felt 40,000 customers would bring us to the point that we're at. And I know she can't with 40,000. I know it can't be done with 40,000 people. They need all these groups to come together, all these municipalities to come together to be able to provide a price that would make sense. And I'm really uncomfortable right now, basically just from not getting the communication back from things that I sent out and from not having a good feel on the number that was presented so far. I wouldn't mind seeing a number, but I don't want to get told 2 weeks from now, oh, the committee decided we're moving forward, we need to vote on it. I think that having a 5-person committee is great for some smaller municipalities, but for us, without the exposure to the residents, all 7 of us should be attentive to that. So I just want to say that I became very uncomfortable through the communication that I was getting back from the core group of people that were designing this and putting it together.
Okay. Further discussion, questions? If not, I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully,
Oh, I vote yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
I vote yes.
Councilmember Steele,
In voting no, I just want to say I think the resolution is really unnecessary. I think it's important for us to stay at the table so that we can act quickly and nimbly when COVID allows us to. So I, again, vote no.
Councilmember Cummings, sorry.
I think I've said most of what I have to say. I do want to just add, in terms of the education, there will be an opt-out letter if and when it does happen that provides broad knowledge of the program to everyone that may be part of it, even if they missed the initial public education. That being said, again, none of this is moving forward right now, and their legislation is redundant. So I vote no.
Councilmember Zaluski.
To explain my vote, I agree with most of Councilman Cummings' explanation. I do want the city to stay at the table with this program. We did spend a lot of time on this. We've educated lots of residents. And the bottom line is, this is not some kind of move to foist clean energy across the city at any expense. Like, this is all about saving money. You know, the focus is saving the residents money on their electric bills. And I think everyone involved in the program understands that. If we get the bonus of being able to switch to green or some hybrid, some combination of green and brown energy, great. But the focus here is on saving money by pooling our communities together. Now, that being said, I know that Councilman Gully did point out that that pool has temporarily, I believe, shrunk. But I think it's important to show that Troy is on board with this so that other municipalities that may be wavering stay with it, and we get that pool back up again. But we're in no rush to get through this. We just want to still be at the table. That's all. So I vote no against the resolution.
Councilmember McDermott.
No.
And my vote, I have pretty much said much of what I was going to say. I do want to once again state back in March last year when we started this effort, we started, my gosh, in August, September, we put a lot of time, a lot of energy. I fully support the program. I fully support the local law minus now the board, which I think because of COVID certainly has changed my mind in terms of the appropriate education to folks. We saw about a month ago what happened with folks' water bills and mail, etc. No part of our own wrongdoing. Certainly, I use my parents as kind of the guinea pigs when I look at public education, folks that aren't on Zoom right now. They have no idea about this local law, about CCA. And quite frankly, I think for me at least, there's no way I would voice this in this COVID economic time upon the residents and taxpayers of Troy. So I vote yes for the resolution. The resolution goes down 4-3. All right, moving along. Resolution 94, we have a resolution confirming appointments to the Troy Industrial Development Authority, Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion, questions, couple good people stepping up to the plate. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Oh, sorry, Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
Sorry, I agree. Looking forward to serving with these folks. I did want to ask the mayor, I believe Paul's position is designated as a position for labor. So I just wanted to check on that. And I know it's sort of a temporary filling the gap in this moment, but certainly I think it would be helpful to have representation from labor on the IDA. Honestly, it was a little strange even when it was Paul. Obviously, he was involved with the CSEA, but I don't think that's the intent of the labor position on the IDA. And so I would look for the appointment in April. Obviously, looking forward to serving with Latasha. I think she'd be wonderful, no matter what, on the IDA. But in particular, the labor position, I'd like to see maybe a representative of the trades.
Is Mr. Chapone part of labor?
No, Latasha.
No, that's sorry. This is the Latasha position.
I apologize. Latasha is taking Paul Carroll's. Is she part of
Yes.
labor?
She's at the county unit. She's a City of Troy employee, but she's also representative of the county labor unit.
CSEA.
Part of the labor.
The county labor unit, the CSCA county labor unit.
Understood.
So it counts, it fulfills the requirement strictly. That being said, my sense of the intent there is to have a little broader representation. So I was hoping there could be a broader search prior to the April 8th next year.
Okay, further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, resolution 94 carries 7-0. I will take a motion to adjourn. Is everyone all right going right into the regular, or do you want a 2-minute break?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, before we adjourn, do we want a 2-minute break?
Yes, take a 2-minute break. We can,
Okay, we have a
bathroom and
motion
water.
to adjourn. Councilmember Ash McPherson, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. We will adjourn from finance and be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm not even gonna wait. Let's just go ahead and spirit check them.
All right. I think most of us are joined. I'll wait on Councilmember Ash McPherson, Gully. Thank you for joining us. Steve Strickman, Sharon Martin, thank you.
I'm here.
Hi. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone hopefully to get back online so we can get this rolling, please. All right. I think we have everyone. Councilmember Gully, are you with us or just not on video? All right, thank you. Mara, we're going to open the regular meeting. It's September 10th, Thursday, 2020, 7:32. Not too bad, 32 minutes over. We just finished a finance meeting. So everything was moved from finance except for one resolution. So everything will be on the regular meeting agenda minus resolution. Bear with me, resolution. If I could find it, here we go, 93. So resolution 93, just for folks' knowledge, will not be on the regular meeting agenda. It did not pass. So I'll open it up and I will ask Councilmember Zalewski to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And I will get my flag, our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Zalewski. Earlier this evening, we did have a moment of silence for September 11th tomorrow. I would once again ask folks and encourage folks to join us at the September 11th Memorial, 9/11 Memorial over on 112th Street in Lansingburg at 8:30. Mara, if you could take a roll call.
Councilmember Gully.
I am here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Here.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Here.
Councilmember Zalewski.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
7 present, none absent.
Thank you. Before we go into the public forum, I just once again want to let folks know if you didn't join us for the finance meeting, we're doing everything humanly possible to be inclusive. And I have asked a couple council members and spoken to a couple council members if we need to clarify or adjust any of our rules. There's going to be a subcommittee just to review our rules and ensure that all is good. Many folks know we're Zooming now and we are having folks join us. It's much more personable and we appreciate folks who are sending in letters, calling in, and et cetera. And I do want to thank Rick Morrissey, who helped us earlier with an opinion. I appreciate that regarding our rules. Thank you, Rick. So without further ado, we'll go into the public forum and we have quite a few on the list. So let's get it rolling. And Mara, who is our first on the list?
Yeah, I'll just say for people, attendees who just joined, that we are going to add people as panelists one at a time in the order that they joined, that they registered. And we'll kind of announce as we're going along who the next 3 are so people can prepare themselves. If they don't want to actually be seen on screen, they can turn off their video. So the first 3 people are going to be Richard Sleeper, Mark Russo, and Annie Jacobs. And I am going to get Richard to join us, and he's coming up now.
Hello, Richard. Thank you for joining us. And you have 7 minutes, and please feel free to talk about whatever you'd like to. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Yes.
Yep.
So-
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you. So I'm speaking to Resolution 91, and I'd like to strenuously object to the requested zoning change from R1 to planned development. I live on the river right below the current boat launch at 123rd Street and frequently enjoy that stretch of the river and in our small wooden boats with my family and friends, and it's a great treasure. And the last piece of forested land on the entire 7-mile frontage of Troy. And I would urge this person to look at parcels on the other 7 miles, and hopefully someone can purchase that property that would protect the forested nature of that amazing frontage that's habitat to heron and many other wildlife. And I just think that the scope of 240 units with parking garage underneath just seems like would totally decimate that area. And I mean, if one looks across the street at across the river at all the Cohoes apartment complexes that have sprouted, one can get a sense of what that would look like. And I think it would be extremely devastating for the neighborhood and the city of Troy, and would urge consideration of sites, say, such as Leonard Hospital or places that already have taken their trees down and have infrastructure in place. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate your comments. Next on the list, we have Mark Russo, I believe.
Yeah.
So this will just take a couple seconds. I'll switch gears. Hello, Mark. Thank you for joining us, and please feel free to speak. Thank you.
Hello, it's good to be back. Like the speaker before me, I want to object to the resolution 91. The topic under discussion in this resolution essentially boils down to whether our city government is going to approve a private developer to essentially pave paradise and put up a 240 unit apartment complex. Since long before I was born, indigenous leaders, environmental activists, the Lorax, and many others who speak for the environment for generations to come have posed the question, at what point do we say enough? When the last tree is cut down, when the last bit of forest on the Hudson River in our city is on the chopping block? And that is the answer or the question that is essentially being posed to the council today. There's already an appropriate site for development nearby, the closed Price Chopper, that is currently contributing to urban blight. It's already been paved. It's already, it was a useful resource for the community, and it no longer is. So it seems like a perfectly good location to put up a apartment complex if you're going to put it up anyway, which I honestly don't think is a good idea. But this, to approve this proposal and to allow this forested area to be destroyed, which, as I'm sure other folks have said, is a site of high cultural significance to the original indigenous occupants, the Mohican of this land. This would represent a final theft from them and from our children and their children from the right to enjoy natural resources, which are appreciating assets. trees continue to grow, they continue and natural areas continue to provide both financial and soft, I guess you could say, benefits to people in our community and to the city. And in fact, the natural benefits, or the natural resources that our city has, is one of the things that makes it a gem on the Hudson. So to destroy this would be a theft from them, and really finally taking something that is a public benefit for all and privatizing it and essentially turning it into a depreciating asset in private hands. So I strongly urge you to vote no on Resolution 91. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you joining us. We will wait for Mark to transition out. And next on our list, I believe the last name is Jacobs. I'm not sure about the first name, Mara.
Yeah, the next person is Annie Jacobs. I'll just mention so they can prepare themselves. The next three after her will be Alexander Simon, Dave Poblo, and Rachel Carter.
Thank you. Okay, so we will wait for Annie Jacobs. Thank you for joining us, Annie, and you are on. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Oh, my video's gonna be funny. Okay, I'm just gonna read. Thank you for giving me the chance to talk. I am also objecting Resolution 91 and urging you to consider reconsidering the idea of the zoning change that would allow the apartment complex to be built in Lansingburg. Now more than ever, people need nature. We need nature that we can walk to, nature that we can visit easily after a stressful day. Lower income neighborhoods like those in Lansingburg suffer from higher rates of chronic illness, both physical and mental. Study after study has proven the many ways that nature improves our health, and communities that have natural spaces in walking distance are known to be healthier and happier. As we enter into our third season of dealing with COVID-19 and all the ways that it impacts our abilities to recreate, socialize, exercise, and feel at ease in the world, please consider saving this green space along the Hudson River for the people and wildlife that depend on it. Please do not turn it into apartments. Please keep it as a sanctuary for us today, for future generations, for a world that needs every bit of green space and functioning ecosystem that can possibly be protected. This is for you, for me, for our children and grandchildren. This is for all of us. I also just want to read a short quote by Robin Wall Kimmerer, who is a scientist and a writer and a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation, from her essay, Returning the Gift. She says, "We are showered every day with the gifts of the earth, gifts we have neither earned nor paid for. Air to breathe, nurturing rain, black soil, berries and honeybees, the tree that became this page, a bag of rice, and the exuberance of a field of goldenrod and asters at full bloom. Indeed, we depend on green space and functioning ecosystems for healthy communities, but one at a time we are giving them away for shorter term goals. Let's not do that. Let's not do that this time." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. We appreciate you joining us. Moving along, our next speaker is last name Simon. I will ask Alexander Simon. Thank you for joining us, and you're welcome to take it away. Thank you.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I'm here to join the chorus of folks that are speaking against Resolution 91, rezoning 1011 2nd Street in Lansingburg. Lived in Troy for the better part of 10 years now, and I see a lot of property that needs help in this city. Lots of abandoned homes, lots of other places that could be developed, and I really don't think that a stretch of forest on the Hudson River is the ideal place to be putting this kind of redevelopment effort. I think that there's a lot of potential in Troy to make homes for people that need them. And I think that rezoning 1011 2nd Street to enable a 240 unit apartment complex is the wrong thing to do. I don't think that it's going to be building the homes that people need, and I don't think it's going to be building the types of homes that are best for the city. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I encourage Resolution 91 to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your input. We will move along. Last name is Publo. I apologize. I am only getting the last names, and when you come on screen, Dave Publo. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome to speak. Thanks.
So for the record, it's Pablo, but thank you for trying. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
No worries. So I oppose Resolution 91, and I'm going to tell you a few direct observations of experiences in Troy that are, when you put them all together, directly relevant to this. In April of this year, while I was gardening at Corliss Park in North Troy, I watched 2 police cars recklessly pursue a young adult on a 4-wheeler through the housing project adjacent to the garden. This went on for some time. The cops had no chance, and it was a stupid idea for them to try. But towards the end of it, I witnessed, as did another person on the scene, something that is an unfortunate reality in Troy. One of the cops pulled over. The second one joined him after a couple minutes, but the second cop got out of his vehicle, walked to the back, opened the hatch, and pulled out what looked like a rifle bag. Let me say that again. The cop pulled a rifle bag out of his car, clearly out of frustration because the kid in a low-income housing project with no place to go was making him look like an ass. Thankfully, the first cop appeared to call the second cop over and convinced him to put the rifle bag away. In August of this year, I went on a bike ride with Troy Bike Rescue people from Riverfront Park up to the property that Kenneth Vandenberg wants to raise. About 10 kids or so from North Central and other neighborhoods were with us on that ride. As we rode, they were doing some really crazy bike tricks because they're young and they're talented and they're daring. They were also biking recklessly, playing chicken with oncoming cars. And this is one of the trade-offs with engaging with youth, and it's necessary. We have to stay connected with each other. When we got to the property at 1101 2nd Avenue, which is the property in question tonight, which I had never been to before, it was immediately apparent that these kids knew it very well. There are bike trails there, and walking trails, and woods, and better air, and living things, and evidence of other cultures that predate our own. These kids love and use that place as all kids would. On the way back from that ride, we passed the empty husk that was a Price Chopper until recently. That building is like, unfortunately, so many other buildings in Troy, a project waiting to happen. You have so many of those here, and yet you are actually considering clear-cutting the closest thing you have to pristine riverfront land in this town to put up some short-sighted development. Development, in quotations, should be a bad word for you in city government at this time. The word you need to live by is redevelopment. Have Vandenberg turn that Price Chopper into a housing complex if he needs one so badly. Or clean up the brown fields of South Troy. Or build something community owned and operated at 1 Monument Square. Also, city council members, take a long look at yourselves. Despite the wealth of abandoned buildings in Troy that I've seen auctioned off by the city over the last several years, Troy is the only city I've ever lived in where City Hall is a rental. Take one of those buildings, however modest it is, and make it City Hall. Come down to the economic level of the bulk of the residents of your city and help us make it a better place from the perspective of the common person. You are the government of the people, not the developers. Finally, having listened to the entirety of the earlier planning committee meeting on this subject, I call on all council members who are personal friends of the developer or who have financial ties to any of the entities pushing for this development to occur to recuse themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for joining us. Next on the list, we'll wait for Dave to leave. We have Rachel Carter.
After Rachel is going to be Haned Rafa, Sarah Boylan, and then Chris Scully.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Rachel. You are on mute and you are on if you would like to go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, council members. I have lived in Troy for 10 years and I currently live in Lansingburg, and I'm also here to speak on Resolution 91. As you're aware, any consideration of a change in zoning code must incorporate that such a change has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, which it is not, in the interest of the current residents of the city and not the developer or the imagined future residents, and consistent with the surrounding use and zoning of the land. Over the last 2 weeks, the Friends of the Mohican Tech knocked on doors across Lansingburg and the city of Troy to better understand what the local residents think and what their position is on this issue. We wanted to learn what the land means to them, what they think about it being developed, and what their concerns are, and what alternative solutions would work best from the perspective of the local public. I want to provide for the City Council an overview of these statements and insights. Together, these statements and the over 500 signatures that we submitted to the Council ahead of this meeting clearly indicate that the proposed change in zoning code, as well as the development of this land, go against the interests of local Lansingburg and larger Troy City residents. I would like to read to you some direct quotes that we collected from residents of Lansingburg who signed the petition against this resolution. Daniel stated, "This beautiful historical space must be preserved for public use, not private." Jerry stated, "Troy must preserve this beautiful stretch of indigenous and historic forest. We have been too quick in the past to get rid of Troy's treasures, only to regret our actions after the damage was already done. Let's not repeat our mistakes. This wonderful forest should not be ravaged for yet another apartment complex where the developer will undoubtedly receive a tax abatement and we, the taxpayers, will again be footing a bill. My wish would be for this land to be made into a riverfront park so that we can enjoy its serenity and honor the indigenous people who cherished it before we came." Megan states, "Troy does not need more new apartment complexes. Buy and fix up all the buildings that already exist, and definitely don't cut down trees to do it." Elena, "Troy and Lansingburg residents don't need these large housing corporations to come in on land that doesn't need to be built upon. There are far more urgent things that need to be done before we start letting people pull resources to go towards these buildings that will probably lose funding in just a few months and never get finished." Ingrid, "One of the major appeals of the city of Troy is its architecture. Historic preservation and the rehabbing of abandoned buildings is a much better use of development dollars. Keeping green spaces green contributes to the quality of life for all of Troy's citizens." Christopher, "Troy is a city of neighborhoods that needs nurturing. Lansingburg is an underappreciated gem that should be a National Register Historic District that would enable individual owners to use historic tax credits to help rehabilitate existing buildings. The greenest buildings are those that are already built. Undeveloped land and mature trees are needed for natural flood buffer and carbon sequestration." Peg, "I live in Troy and I believe this land parcel is important historically, ecologically, and culturally to our region, and it would be a terrible idea to develop it." Dia, "We moved to this area because it was a little out of the city and not as populated. Traffic is crazy enough in this area. Build on the Price Chopper land that's already just sitting there." Brenda, "This development would ruin the area. So much wildlife lives in there. We need to secure and preserve as much forest as possible for them and ourselves, not to mention the decrease in property values that might result." Kathleen, "I moved to this area for the small town feeling in Lansingburg, and if this happens, it will ruin that for a lot of people." Together with the local residents and my fellow neighbors in Lansingburg and across the city, I therefore strongly urge you to hear and listen to the voices of your constituents when they clearly tell you that this development makes no sense on this beautiful land. We are not against development, and we would welcome working with the developer on bringing his vision to a better suited site, one that does not irreversibly destroy a culturally and ecologically significant piece of land. This land is an asset to the city and to the neighborhood, but only when it is preserved in a format that all residents can enjoy. And it only makes sense to bring the vision of the developer to improve one of the many other neglected and abandoned sites in the city, instead of destroying this unique asset to the community. So it is my strong urge and request that you vote no to Resolution 91. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much. Next on the list, we have, last name is Rafe.
Can you hear me?
Hi there. Thank you for joining us again. And the public forum is yours.
Thank you, council members, for letting me speak. And thank you to everyone who's commented so far. I would like to echo many of the things that they are saying, and to bring attention to some stuff that we haven't gotten to yet. So right now in my comments, I really want to bring to everyone's attention the unevenness and the biased structures of the processes that we're working through right now. Because I do trust that the city council is acting as objectively and openly as possible. And I also trust that the Planning Commission is working as this institution on the behalf of the interests of the city and its people. But I think that the process through which we are having this public forum and making these decisions about this potential development still has some explicit and implicit biases that are not only going to harm the city in general, but also harm the way in which we are all communicating with each other. So one of the things that I want to bring up is that the city council and its elected officials, as well as the staff of the Planning Commission, are expected to represent the public, not developers. And I do trust that every single member on here is basing their work on that expectation. But I'm deeply concerned about the way, and not necessarily to the fault of how the city council or the Planning Commission are operating, but really how this process is currently designed. It inherently favors the developer's interest over those of the public and undermines a lot of the hard work that y'all are doing to try to represent us as your constituents, because it seems like there's this constant tension between, oh, you're working for me, but everything that I see seems to be benefiting the developers. And a lot of the things that we're hearing in these previous comments, it seems like people are saying this and not feeling heard. So it's not necessarily that the claim that the city council is excluding people, but rather people, for whatever reason, the city council is asking for people to speak, the people are speaking, and yet the people are not feeling like they've been heard. If to be more specific, it is partly about the rules of participation, basically who's allowed to speak at these meetings. I think that there's a lot of good intention behind having Troy residents be prioritized and be the ones able to speak in these public forums. I myself am very privileged to be able to speak here and be able to not only voice my opinions, but also hopefully represent people who are not able to be here or not allowed to speak. And I don't just talk of other citizens who maybe live next door to Troy, or they own property here, they're contributing to businesses but don't have an address here. But I really want to look at the other silenced voices that we are not able to include in a public forum. So for example, one thing that I worry about is having the loss of having experts coming in, having fact witnesses on economic, legal, cultural, historical, environmental issues to bring these facts that maybe the council already knows, but maybe it isn't aware to the public, or vice versa, something that's very well known to the public, but not known to the council. We're losing out on potential expertise because of this residential rule. And more so, we're excluding leaders of these indigenous people who are of this land. And yet we know historically we're forced out of this. So they literally cannot have Troy residency in a historical sense. and are not being able to be present in these meetings, especially those who have ties to the Lansingburgh site and to land across the city. I'm worried that when we only have these public forums as a Troy residents get to speak, it really becomes Troy residents are the only ones who get to speak. And I think what ends up happening is that we're all kind of talking and almost become an echo chamber, because we all kind of know what everyone's going to say. We start getting to know each other, and that's great. But then what do we do when we're all listening to leaders of other areas, to the Indigenous leaders or to experts? Like I myself, I am a RPI graduate student. I study public policy. I study medical and commercial policies. And I know how important it is to have various stakeholders engaged in these processes. And I'm worried that we're doing ourselves a disservice in not having these voices present from the get-go, especially knowing that we're going to have a whole time for the developers to speak and not anyone else. It gives a weird prioritization, and it kind of makes these, again, this perhaps explicit but also implicit image of where our interests and priorities lies. And I know that people can write in statements, and these statements will be included in the minutes, but not being read out loud also creates an issue. We just know that people are more likely to watch these videos than they are to go read the minutes, especially knowing that we want to have faces and voices behind these words. We want to know who these are coming from. We don't want to think that this is somebody who doesn't have ties to our city. But in fact, we want to show that the ties to our city go beyond having an address. And I know that this is an issue that goes beyond this resolution, but I think that would help us in continuing moving forward to really have an open discussion, recognizing the leadership, the expertise, and the importance of other people that may not be represented in today's meeting. And even though a lot of the comments have obviously been in a position of—
I'm not being rude, but if you could start to try to tie it up. Okay.
No, no worries. Thank you. I am very bad at keeping a handle on the time. So thank you. So what I really want to ask of the council, I know you guys are listening to all of these witnesses and evidence and comments, but to really look at the process through which we're doing this. This is not an accusation or towards you each as individuals, but rather a recognition that perhaps the system that we're kind of used to, the rules that we're trying to follow, maybe they're not the best rules for us to be following. And it's maybe better to reevaluate that than to just try to be checking off all these things that we're required to do.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I am going to respond to that because you should be aware, we have had many, many folks from outside the city. Judith Inc., who's an expert, obviously worked for EPA, spoke on plastics. As I mentioned earlier, the in-person meetings, many folks will come down from various trade unions, from various public, private sector areas. We have 3 or 4 folks tonight. Scenic Hudson is represented here. The Friends of were asked if you'd like 1 or 2 representatives. You know, instead of 30, 40 people, we're really, obviously, it's not a black and white issue. It's not a check mark issue. This is an issue I feel very, very passionate about, and we are very open to hearing everyone. So I really want to make that clear. As I said this evening, you do have a couple experts from outside the city who are speaking. If one of them had contacted from, you know, saying anywhere that they were interested in speaking from, as you said, expertise, we would have certainly allowed them to speak. So thank you again. And thank you for your comments. And believe me, as I said, we're going to have a couple of council members look at the rules with the Corp Council. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, normally I don't respond, but I feel it's very important to do so on that note. The next person we have on the list is Boylan, and Mara is getting Sarah and Mark Boylan, who will be joining us and have joined us. Thank you so much, Sarah and Mark. You were in the public forum. Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure that you can hear me.
We absolutely can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the council for the chance to speak and also thank everyone here objecting to Resolution 91 and say that we agree with everything that's been said so far. Although we are here for a different matter and are going to shift gears just a little bit. I'm here with my husband, Mark, and Mark is a lifelong resident of Troy, and I've lived here for over 15 years. And when we were first able to purchase a home, we were happy to find a house on the east side in Troy that we love. We're actually here regarding Ordinance 64 and to request that the council reconsider the sale of vacant land on Mountain View Avenue that is adjacent to our property, as the current offer is to build a single family home. Our house sits close to the property line and downhill from this wooded lot, which has never been developed, and there's a direct risk to our property and foundation. We would like to address a few of our specific concerns. For one, major remediation would be necessary to stabilize the land just to begin construction, because currently there's no vehicle access from Mountain View. There would also be a substantial excavation required on the shale hillside for both utilities and a foundation, and also digging up the road just for sewer access. This land has a steep grade and elevation, and with our house being situated downhill, there is evident potential for runoff and drainage issues, as well as dust and debris, falling on our property during excavation and construction. We're also concerned that the house plans in this proposal are labeled with a different address entirely, which implies that the house was not designed for this lot, and the budget and timeline do not represent what is required for the land development. The removal of dozens of trees will disrupt the local environment, the wildlife and ecology of the land, and the stability of the soil. It is also worth mentioning that it would be an irreplaceable loss to have the trees removed early on and have the project end up abandoned. The removal of the green space will certainly have a negative effect on our property value, as well as the yard space we've grown accustomed to, making our house less desirable, but also there would be a considerable impact to other properties and homes in the adjacent area with yards that also connect to this space in addition to ours. To give some background, when we bought our home, we were under the impression that this adjacent lot would be forever wild green space. We later learned it was available to purchase, but at the time, there were many reasons we were not in the financial position to make a proposal. For one, I had an unexpected job loss that took several years to recover from. There were also two, unfortunately, dying trees that were over 60 feet tall on this lot that were in danger of falling on our home. And we requested at the time that the city have them removed before we considered making an offer. And that took at least a year to have that resolved. And I just want to say that although we had always hoped to be able to obtain this land until this year, it was just not possible. We've been working towards making an offer to preserve this wooded space as an extension of our property at the upcoming deadline this fall, which is what we had anticipated was the next opportunity for proposals. We have spent a significant amount of time over the years maintaining the land, including clearing out dead trees and overgrowth and mowing grass and weeds. And we've also removed a substantial amount of garbage that was dumped on the land in the past. So needless to say, we were surprised to see a posted list of properties around mid-August that were pending sale, including this parcel on Mountain View. Especially considering that City Hall has been closed because of the pandemic. And this brought to our attention that we had apparently just missed a recent deadline in July by a couple of weeks. We contacted our city council representative, Ken Zalewski, and the assessor's office for more information. And we were told that proposals normally, pass through the council unanimously unless a resident raises an issue with a particular sale. It was also mentioned that preference is typically given to adjacent property owners, especially when they already maintain their current property. So we looked over the other proposals on the approved list, and it appears that most of the vacant land is being purchased by adjacent owners that want to maintain and beautify the spaces as an extension of their property as well. We also looked at the proposals for building homes on vacant land, and the other lots are all flat spaces that are pretty much ready to build with no question on whether there would be an impact to neighboring homes. The major construction that's required to build a home in this area, essentially in our backyard, would not only be a massive disruption to our lives, but to many of our neighbors and anyone commuting on Mountain View. This particular piece of land is clearly not a standard property, and there are a number of legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. One of the most significant reasons we chose to purchase our home is the proximity to this wooded natural space. It has become increasingly apparent over the years how important this natural area is to protect, especially with how much additional time we've spent at home in the last 6 months. And considering that just last year, the city of Troy reactivated the Environmental Conservation Commission, we hope that the council will agree it is prudent to preserve all the green spaces that we can. So during a year, filled with so many difficult and stressful circumstances, this disturbance would be especially challenging, having to witness and live next to the destruction of this land and the trees in our backyard. The impact to our home and our lives would last for years. And, it basically comes down to a matter of unfortunate timing. It feels as though the rug has been pulled out from under us since learning this might happen. And we wish that we had been able to buy the land before now so that this wouldn't be an issue. And we will look forward to having a chance to submit our proposal at the next deadline. We are grateful to have the opportunity to bring this to the attention of the council at this stage in the process, and hope that our concerns will, you'll agree that our concerns are valid and acknowledge that there's enough in question to not proceed with the current proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah and Mark. Thank you for joining us, and we appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We will wait for Sarah and Mark to sign off, and now we have Chris Scully on deck, I believe.
Yeah, and after Chris is Kammer, Banks, and Magai.
What was the first one, Kammer?
Yeah, C-A-M-M-E-R.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us, Chris. Again.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Very
Don't actually answer that. I'm here for a monologue.
Thank you for joining us.
But thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm a Troy resident of over 17 years and a Lansingburg resident for over 2 years, and I strongly oppose Resolution 91. I strongly urge you all to do the same. This resolution would destroy the last riverfront forest in Troy, New York, creating which is currently a community asset for a number of reasons. It would destroy land of cultural and historical significance for the indigenous peoples of this area, literally paving over their history and culture, which would continue a horrid path of American history. Modern politicians often talk like they know better now, but it's time to do better now. It would destroy an important waterfront and fishing access for the local community. It would destroy an important natural refuge for biological niche, one of which is currently being destroyed for these very reasons. It would disrupt the character of the Lansingburg neighborhood by increasing traffic and leading to a parking shortage, raising costs for the neighborhood, and significantly increasing noise levels. It diverts resources from the development of other long vacant properties and plots in the Lansingburg neighborhood area that really need much more concern. It would also lead to the increase in local costs of living, especially for the majority of residents who rent. We have seen the recent massive and unneeded development of units downtown that cater to the top 5% of the rental market. When the median rents go up, smaller landlords raise their costs of their rents because everyone is incentivized to do so. In Troy, we actually live in a housing glut, and the role of the city council should be to help resources flow to the renovation of existing properties, not to bulldoze the last bit of riverfront forest to help a wealthy developer's profit motive. I believe that Troy, New York is a gem, but these developers are quickly ruining it. Please join me and the vast majority of the constituents you serve in rejecting this resolution.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for your input. Thank you. Okay, Chris is signing off, and now I believe we have Camer, and the last name's Camer, and Sherry, I apologize, Sherry Camer. Hi, Sherry.
Hi. Hi. Um, I live outside of Troy. I live right next door to you in Wynenskill. And I think it's very important to preserve the history of the First Nations people, especially how they used to make tools before the Industrial Revolution. There's a lot of wisdom. We would do well to learn how they lived in harmony with nature. The other aspect I'd like to make sure people are thinking about, what you probably are, but with trees can soak up a lot of rainwater, and stormwater management is a real issue. And right now, those trees are performing a lot of ecosystem services, and it's important to consider that. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope the First Nations people will have ample opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for joining us. Sherry will be signing off, and next we have David Banks. Hi, David. Whenever you're ready. You are on mute.
There we go. Sorry, my computer's catching up there. All right. So I was asked to read a short letter on behalf of Roberto Mucaro Borrero. So here it goes. My respectful greetings. My name is Roberto Mucaro Borrero, and I am sharing this testimony on behalf of the Sachem Hawk Storm of the Schaghticoke First Nations and the Schaghticoke First Nations Incorporated. The Schaghticoke are an indigenous people of this region who are opposed to the development and rezoning proposal for 1011 2nd Street due to a number of factors, but among the most important is the historic significance of this land. This property has great historic and cultural significance for the indigenous peoples of the Mahicantuck River Valley, including the Schaghticoke First Nations, as well as the Munsee and Lenape nations. This land was a permanent and semi-permanent settlement of various groups of Algonquin-speaking indigenous peoples and includes a critical ceremonial ground. The land was also a quarry for the production of tools and weapons, particularly arrowheads, and still contains a significant portion of indigenous artifacts. According to the statements made by the developer during the May hearing of the Planning Commission, a majority of test wells produced a significant amount of artifacts. The property's historical archaeological significance is reaffirmed by several studies, including historical and cultural assessments connected to the GE remediation, parentheses, see decision 2002, a recent study and report conducted by HeartGen Archaeological Association, a study in 2015 by Ann Morton, and long-running explorations, studies, and examinations by Hetty Jo Brumback. All of these studies identify the entirety of the property waterfront as bearing key archaeological artifacts. There are strong indications that despite the rest of the property not having been independently examined, important artifacts and archaeological potential remains for the rest of the property and beyond. Despite these verifiable privately contracted surveys, research in association with these reports indicate inadequate assessment and archaeological recovery on this site. The development of the site and space can negatively impact and threaten the cultural and historical heritage, as increased foot traffic, artifact hunters, and pollution all can contribute to major disturbances and irrevocable loss. Additionally, it is also important for the council and community members to note that according to state and federal law, a DEC SPE DES permit is necessary associated with the ground disturbance of this project exceeding 1 acre. Other state and federal agency permits or funding may also trigger an SHPO involvement. A coordinator of the archaeology unit program confirms this in official correspondence with a member of the Friends of the Mehicantuck from August 12, 2020, regarding the site, and states, quote, "Given the archaeological sensitivity of 1011 2nd Street, the SHPO will likely request an archaeological survey to document archaeological sites that are located within this project area, if a survey has not already been undertaken," unquote. Schaghticoke First Nations is aware that there is a wide scope of legal grounds for why the requested change in zoning code cannot be granted, as stated in written supplemental evidence submitted by the Friends of the Mehicantuck prior to this hearing. Further, we are also aware that there are other locations in the area that could be better suited to the development being submitted. In closing, we call upon this council to consider that instead of destroying the last tract of forest on the waterfront in Troy, we could work together in collaboration with property owners and local community groups toward providing a unique opportunity for racial and environmental justice, education, and sustainable tourism in the area. Respectfully submitted, Roberto Macaro Barrero on behalf of Sachem Hawkstorm and the Schaghticoke First Nations and Schaghticoke First Nations Incorporated. That is the end of the letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. And please thank the person that wrote that. Thank you very much.
Roberto, yes, thank you.
Roberto, thank you. My brother's name. Okay. Yes.
After Francis McGuy will be Anzavino, Moran, and Oswald.
Okie doke. We'll go to Francis McGuy. And we will wait for Francis to join us. Hello, Francis. You are in the public forum. We welcome you, and whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for having me tonight. I want to echo the calls of so many others tonight in strong opposition to Resolution 91. My basis, however, is slightly different than other people's. I think someone may have mentioned this already, but according to my understanding of what spot zoning is, I think this clearly falls into that category. And that seems like a non-starter in terms of what the city would want to get into. Let me just read a quick quote from the New York State Department of State on what spot zoning is. Spot zoning refers to the rezoning of a parcel of land to use category different from the surrounding area, usually to benefit a single owner or a single development interest. Size of the parcel is relevant, but not determinative. Illegal spot zoning occurs wherever the change is other than part of a well-considered and comprehensive plan calculated to serve the general welfare of the community. So I think that makes it pretty clear that I'm not saying that this development is necessarily out of the question, but at this point it becomes the behest of you all as public servants to show what benefit the project would have. Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing you work on that. But honestly, I'm not optimistic in seeing positive results in terms of the positive benefits of this project. Also, I wanted to echo the comments Anasha Cummins made about this project when you voted no to pass it out onto the floor vote, that it seems like a unworthy project to put you know, the time and effort, which is taxpayer money of the city council and the planning board, into something that may really have very little benefit for the community and for the city at large. And finally, I'd like to state what many others have in terms of the benefit that creating a park and an educational center about the heritage and the significant ecology and the significance the site has for Indigenous people would have for the neighborhood. And like David Banks said, in that letter he just read, that it would attract sustainable tourism. And as we've heard from others, that that it seems to be something that has the support of the neighborhood. And in the draft comprehensive plan of the city of Troy in 2018, the waterfront section deals with themes about resiliency and mitigation of flooding, and the kind of floodplains that exist in this forest alongside the Hudson would actually work to diminish the kinds of flooding that we were going to see as climate change increases. So in sum, I would like to strongly urge you to not, to vote no against this. And also, just one last bit of research, I found that if it were to become a park, it would probably be applicable for several grants, including Hudson River Valley Greenway grants. And so along with the great interest of community members and the availability of grants, it seems like a very sound way forward. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Francis, for joining us. Thank you. Okay, we're next going to welcome Jeff Anzavino, who is from a very excellent environmental organization, Scenic Hudson, and he is joining us, I believe, from Poughkeepsie. Jeff, you are on. Jeff? You're on mute.
I got it. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Realize
I don't get to see you this time.
Oh, let me find the, oh yeah, I would like to be seen by everyone, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here and a real honor. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council this evening on this very important matter. Scenic Hudson is a not-for-profit organization that connects people to the river. We believe in strong cities, smart growth, and our team of planners works to achieve these goals in communities between the Capital District and Yonkers. And we will deliver these comments this evening on behalf of our supporters who reside in Troy. In the interest of time, I'm going to paraphrase a letter that we sent to the council yesterday. Scenic Hudson urges the City Council of Troy to deny the rezoning request for the 2nd Avenue parcel. Such a rezoning would not be in accordance with the recently adopted Realize Troy Comprehensive Plan adopted in 2018. Is required, a rezoning would be required by New York General City Law, Section 28-A12. The rezoning must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So the Realize Troy Comprehensive Plan, what's its purpose and how was it created? And I'll first say it's an outstanding comprehensive plan. And we believe that it really lays the groundwork for a very bright future in Troy. The city hired Urban Strategies to develop Realize Troy, the comprehensive plan. On its website, Urban Strategies describes Realize Troy as a 3-part community planning initiative. It's an economic strategy, it's a waterfront master plan, and it's also a citywide comprehensive plan. The planning process, according to Urban Strategies, was based on a strong focus on public consultation, both in person and using a variety of social media channels, and aimed to establish a clear vision and set of action strategies to address both the current and future needs of the city. And the comprehensive plan established, again quoting from the website, a clear community-based vision and action plan to guide the city's overall development. Guide the city's overall development over the next 20 years. Realize Troy identified short and longer term community needs, reinforced and confirmed a set of broadly supported community goals, and created a blueprint for future government actions. So, why do I go through all this? I preface our testimony tonight with this description of the comprehensive plan so that people understand the plan's purpose and the robust public participation on which the plan, in effect, its city residents' vision for itself, for the city, and its land use policy are based. So, as I mentioned, rezonings must be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. The requested rezoning would directly conflict with Realize Troy's recommendations and therefore the community's vision for the subject parcel. If it was in the best interest of the city of Troy and its residents to commit this undeveloped wooded parcel to high density development, in this case 240 apartments, one would think that Realize Troy would have recommended this parcel for higher density uses as one of the major reinvestment areas identified in the city. However, Realize Troy envisions just the opposite. As I mentioned, New York General City Law requires that all city land use regulations must be in accordance with a comprehensive plan adopted pursuant to this section. And that's section 28-A12. Further, the New York State Department of State says New York's zoning enabling statutes require that zoning laws be adopted in accordance with a comprehensive plan. So that begs the question, what does Realize Troy say about this parcel on 2nd Avenue? The comprehensive plan, map 14, identifies the subject tax parcel as low-rise residential. As you know, the parcel currently is zoned R1, single-family residential detached, which would permit approximately 10 single-family homes on the site. The concept plan submitted in association with this rezoning request proposes 240 multifamily units, a land use with density wholly inconsistent with low-rise residential, and therefore would not be in accordance with the comprehensive plan as required by New York General City Law. Further, the Realize Troy Comprehensive Plan proposes action strategies, including the establishment of 7 major reinvestment areas. This is a really important part of the plan, and I've heard many people kind of touch on this without mentioning this specifically. So according to Realize Troy, these major reinvestment areas are locations in the city in most need of renewal and which also have the potential to accommodate most of the population and employment growth planned for Troy. Strategic initiatives in these areas are intended to catalyze neighborhood revitalization, transform derelict portions of the waterfront, and spark economic development. They include large-scale redevelopment opportunities that can result in distinct new employment in mixed-use areas, sites appropriate for significant park and other realm improvements in areas for neighborhood growth and revitalization. So these neighborhood reinvestment areas are the places envisioned by the community as priorities for renewal, neighborhood revitalization, and large-scale development. One of these includes the Hannaford's parcel immediately to the south of this subject parcel that is requesting the rezoning. And this major reinvestment area also includes the Price Chopper site that many people have mentioned tonight. So Realize Troy conceptually proposes redeveloping the Hannaford site with a large building fronting 126th Street, parking behind the building, and a mixed-use 1 to 4 story residential buildings with required ground floor retail fronting 2nd Avenue. Realize Troy doesn't propose extending any of this mixed-use development or any high-rise development, including apartments, as proposed in the zoning, onto that undeveloped wooded parcel to the north. So in conclusion, Realize Troy was taken with robust public involvement and adopted by the City Council just 2 years ago. The plan didn't anticipate that the undeveloped wooded subject parcel would be an appropriate place for intense development. If it did, the adjacent redevelopment area would have been extended to include this parcel. Further, Realize Troy specifically includes this parcel as low-rise residential land use category. Therefore, the requested rezoning would not be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. In light of the above, Scenic Hudson urges the City Council to deny this application to rezone the subject parcel from R1 to P. Such rezoning would not be in accordance with the comprehensive plan as required by New York General City Law, Section 28A12. Thank you for this opportunity to provide these comments. And I'd just like to close by saying what an outstanding job the City Council does, and especially you, Carmel, in running these meetings and providing the public an opportunity to express their opinions about all these matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thanks. Good to see you.
Same here.
Good input. Thank you. Next on the list, we have Moran, I believe.
Actually, Liz Moran seems to have left the meeting.
Okay.
So we're going to move on to Philip Oswald. After him, we will have our final, I think our final four, which is going to be Toomey, Pfeiffer, Bromley, and Drysdale.
Thank you. We will welcome Mr. Oswald. Philip Oswald is with us, and hello, Philip. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Council President, and good evening, and may it please the Council. My name is Philip Oswald, and I'm an attorney speaking here tonight on behalf of the Friends of the Mohican Tuck and the Schaghticoke First Nations in opposition to Resolution 91. I have prepared 2 written submissions to be entered into the record, and I will trust that the Council will duly consider those submissions, and I will not repeat them at length verbatim tonight. Instead, I'd like to briefly take this opportunity to address some of the important points from those submissions. First, with respect to spot zoning. At the Planning Committee hearing, Section 81F of the General City Law was cited for the proposition that it authorizes the redesignation of an area as a planned development area, irrespective of the rule against spot zoning. However, Section 81F does no such thing. And my letter provides a full legal analysis with citations to legal authority, which again, I won't repeat here, but the general rule is that in order for a statute such as Section 81F to override a common law rule, such as the rule against spot zoning, the language of the statute has to specifically state that it is overriding that common law rule. Here, even a brief cursory reading of Section 81F reveals that that statute includes no such language. Instead, Section 81F actually further supports the rule against spot zoning because it requires that any redesignation as a planned development area has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, which again, as I discussed in my prior submissions, is a flagship consideration for whether a rezoning constitutes spot zoning. Here, the proposed rezoning, and I won't go into detail for why, as there's been plenty of speakers and a wealth of submissions before the Council, the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan in several respects. Specifically, it directly conflicts with goals 1, 4, 5, and 6 of the plan, which again was explained in my written submission. And given this inconsistency, and I'd like to use what Mr. Zalewski said at the Planning Committee meeting, and I think he hit the proverbial nail on the head when he said that, open quote, "This seems to be the definition of spot zoning," and indeed it is. Furthermore, not only is the proposed rezoning not consistent with the comprehensive plan, but it actually is inconsistent with the city's own code with respect to planned development areas. And again, that's all addressed in my written submissions. I won't repeat those verbatim here. In closing, at the Planning Committee's hearing, there was a lot of commentary about how this project is in its early stages and how there's still more diligence that needs to be done before ground is actually broken. However, I would urge the Council to stop this at the earliest stage possible and to make the Council's position on this property clear, which should be that it is going to do everything in its power to foster and encourage the conservation of the property, and to protect the irreplaceable environmental and cultural features there. Doing this early on will help you later on. And I truly believe that if each one of us are honest with ourselves, we would agree that the farther this goes and the more skin in the game that the developer has, the more difficult it's going to be to say no later on, the more difficult it's going to be to do the right thing later on. And right now, the developer only has an option to purchase the property. And as far as I know, he hasn't yet purchased it. He can walk away without losing much. However, if allowed to proceed, this council, the city, and more importantly, the community stands to lose again something that is just simply irreplaceable. Allowing the project to proceed as proposed in the concept plan, and again, I would urge each council member to compare the concept plan to the condition of the property as it is in now. The concept plan would result, or the development as proposed in the concept plan would really eviscerate the precious environmental resources and equally as important, some cherished cultural treasures that might not be important to everybody, but certainly are important to a lot. And I think that the outpour of opposition to the resolution has proved that. Therefore, in closing, I would respectfully urge this council on behalf of my clients to stop this train before it even starts, as opposed to waiting until it is going 100 miles per hour to stop it. Thank you again for the courtesy and consideration tonight.
Thank you very much for joining us, Philip, and I'm sure we will be talking again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next on our list, I apologize, is Michael Toomey, I believe. Michael, thank you for joining us, and you are on.
Good evening. I'm here for a proposal I had put in on a Mountain View Ave property. The same piece of property that Mr. and Mrs. Boylan.
Michael, I apologize. You started off really strong. Your voice got much weaker. So if you could fix that volume somehow, thank you.
All right. How about now?
A little higher.
How about now?
A little higher.
Let's hold on a second.
You should be good there. Go ahead. Yeah, you should be okay.
Good. Okay. So I had put in a proposal regarding a piece of property on Mountain View Ave, and essentially, you know, it is a buildable lot, and my proposal is to put a single family home on it to live in. This is, I just want to respond to, you know, some of the council members' concerns. I've had an engineer there, I've had a surveyor there, and this is not a completely wooded.
Michael, you tuned out again.
So
yeah, you were strong and then you tuned out. I'm not sure if it's moving.
Okay. How's that?
It's okay.
Okay. So essentially, I put this proposal in for a single family home to be built on this piece of property. It is an approved building lot, filed on a subdivision.
Michael, I'm so sorry. I can't hear you. I'm not sure, like you start off strong, but then it totally fades.
Okay.
Council President?
Yes.
Council President?
Yeah.
I believe what's going on is Zoom is has some algorithms trying to cut out background noise. I don't know if there's like a fan on or something in the building, but I think Zoom is trying to cut that out because whenever you're louder, I can hear some background noise, and then when it drops down, the background noise goes away. So I think it's an algorithm issue. Maybe turn up. I can hear the whole time, so maybe turn up your speakers a little bit if you can, Council President. But it is certainly it gets a little dimmer.
Is everyone else having issues hearing?
Yeah, it's still very faded.
Just get close to your mic, Mike.
Hold on. What I'm gonna hold on a second.
There you go.
All right. How's this? Is it better? Okay.
Much
All right.
better.
So I put this proposal in order to build a single family home here. It is an approved building lot. And it is actually filed with in the Rensselaer County Clerk's Office as a subdivision, a subdivided lot. And I understand that there's, concerns with some neighbors after the fact. A couple things with that. Essentially, I put my bid in during the bid period and was approved. After the bid was approved, they came out and said they wanted the property. I'm certainly, these people are potential neighbors. I'm not here to make waves, but the property has been in the city's possession since 2015, and they've lived in that property since 2014. So by the city charter, they actually have been directly contacted by the assessor's office and asking them if they're interested in purchasing that property. Some of the things I just wanted to respond from Mr. and Mrs. Boylan. Just so everyone's clear, the address on the plans were my home address when I had the plans made, because we didn't have a piece of property. So when this property was made, I contacted the city building department and asked them about setbacks and size and everything like that. And this was approved. This met the requirements of the city building department. That's where we're at. I've been to the property. I know that I sent the members some photos, and you can see some cutouts, of the vegetation in those photos, and that the land has been cleared over time. And it's certainly not my intention to go in there and clear cut every one of these trees. I'd actually prefer to keep every tree I possibly can to put the house back into the trees. I'm completely fine with the building department, saying, getting a variance for setbacks or whatever the case may be to work with any neighbors. So as far as some yards being involved there, the neighbors to the north are actually utilizing a paper street for their yard. So the proposed property does not come anywhere near their property. I just wanted to make that known. Again, I'm not here to, put the neighbors out, but this is a legitimate building lot. It is almost entirely flat, and the trees that are within the area that would have to be cleared for the home are saplings. They're not mature trees. So that's what I have to say.
I appreciate that. You were in and out, but I was able to hear you despite the fading.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
And I don't know, we have done this in the past. Does any council members want to ask Michael any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for joining us.
Council President?
Yes, Council
I don't have any questions for him right now, but when we start getting into it, if there is questions, if he could be on the sideline, I don't know.
Mara can keep Michael Toomey on the sideline Michael, if you're willing to stay there. Also,
Yes.
I'm not sure if Sarah and Mike, or I believe it's Sarah and Mike, are watching. They certainly are also welcome to come back should there be any questions.
Absolutely.
I want to offer equal. Okay.
Yeah, I can promote them back up to panelists when that piece of legislation comes up, if they want to stay online as attendees.
Perfect. Thank you, Mara.
Thank you, Council President.
No problem. Thank you. Great. We are going to next go on to Pfeffer, and I apologize for stating your last name, but here we go. I have your first name now. Dan, I'm not sure if it's Pfeiffer or Pfeffer. I'm going to guess maybe Pfeiffer because I started off saying Pfeffer. So Dan Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer, yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for joining us.
And before I begin, my wife is actually hoping to be present in this meeting, but is on another Zoom call. If the council would allow it, can I read a statement on her behalf after my statement?
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I have some prepared text myself, so it's going to be two things that I read. My name is Dan Pfeiffer, and I live on 9th Street in Hillside with my wife, Ellie, and our toddler, Ginny. And I'm here to express my strong opposition to developing a shoreline at 1011 2nd Avenue. Turning the last remaining waterfront forest into ticky-tacky apartments is short-sighted and impractical. Starting with the impractical, this development is expensive, costing the city and school district at least a combined $500,000 per year. It will increase rents and lower property values. It will increase traffic, slow down garbage collection, and increase pollution and noise. This development runs counter to the goals of a walkable, bicycle-friendly, transit-oriented, compact development in Troy. It seems to contradict the city's own 2018 comprehensive plan. More importantly, turning this culturally significant forest into apartments is short-sighted. It would permanently destroy a habitat that now provides us with important ecosystem services. A development would erase one of the most important archaeological sites in the region, containing artifacts dating back to 3000 BCE. A more measured process would center Indigenous voices to speak to the site's significance. The reluctance of this council to seek comments from those displaced by settler colonialism disrespects the ancestors who cared for this land before us and denies us of important perspectives. As I speak, the atmospheric CO2 reading at Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii is coming in at 411 parts per million. 1 year ago, it was at 408 parts per million. And next year, we can expect it to continue creeping upward, setting new all-time records. Climate change is not an abstract possibility. It represents a diminished future for my daughter and an apocalyptic present for each of us here today. The west coast of this country is burning from another historic wildfire season. This year, we've set a new record with 13 named Atlantic tropical storms before September. The choices you make guiding the city's growth will determine how we weather the next Hurricane Irene. Do any of you doubt that the Hudson will set a new high watermark within the structural lifespan of these proposed apartments? Can we please consider more than the crudest of economic values? Beyond the intrinsic value of maintaining a forest ecosystem, reducing the river's soft shoreline edge would mean that the next flooding will be more intense downstream. We could expect more severe property damage and harm to communities in other flood-prone areas. If these apartments are ultimately built, the most vulnerable in the city will once again bear the consequences of a development process that does not account for environmental justice. As former Troy resident Kurt Vonnegut wrote in A Man Without a Country, I think the planet's immune system is trying to get rid of us. The good earth, we could have saved it, but we were too damn cheap and lazy. This is not about being pro-development versus NIMBY. The question is how to manage Troy's growth to be a good investment in the city's future. Debates about climate change sometimes rely on a similar false binary of individual choice versus collective action. We can and should pursue both at once. The urgent task for all of us is to find opportunities within our existing power in the middle area between the individual and systemic. I urge each city council member to exercise the power you have as our representatives. I urge you to vote down this proposed development and save the Planning Commission the cost of studying a possible development that you know is wrongheaded. Do this for the sake of my future kin, for the sake of the Schaghticoke First Nations people, and for those who cannot afford to live outside of flood-prone areas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for myself. And now, if it's acceptable, I'll move on to Ellie's statement.
Sure, thank you, Dan, and go ahead.
Dear council members, my name is Ellie Irons, and I live on 9th Street in Troy. I'm speaking today to voice my strong opposition to the planned development of the last remaining forested land along the Hudson River at Troy at 1011 2nd Avenue in Lansingburg. I realize that the item on the agenda tonight relates to referring the proposed development to the Planning Commission. And while I know the Planning Commission will review the proposal, I want to take the opportunity to explain why, alongside my fellow Troy residents, I feel that both the process and the plans for realizing this development are problematic. The fact that I am allowed to speak here as a settler on this land, while representatives of local Indigenous communities with historical and contemporary ties to this land do not qualify, is an irony that is indicative of how much work we have yet to do. I find it deeply unsettling that in the current moment, when our society is in the midst of a desperately needed reckoning with the roots and ongoing effects of systemic racism, developers and the city would even consider a proposal that involves paving over a landscape that is so historically and culturally significant for local Indigenous communities. Based on previous archaeological reviews, the site includes a Mohican quarry and tool-making site. It is also the site of ongoing significance for Schaghticoke First Nations. That in and of itself should be enough to stop this planned development. The cost and effort of additional reviews to determine this could be avoided. Additionally, proposed rezoning seems to go against the city's own 2018 comprehensive plan, which is supposed to guide development decisions over the next 20+ years. While the comprehensive plan does call for development and infill, it also includes core principles like, quote, preserve and showcase the city's parks, open spaces, and cultural assets, promote healthy, safe, and green neighborhoods, and invest in sustainable infrastructure and protect the environment, end quote. Preventing this land from having an apartment complex built on it serves these broad goals. Like many of my neighbors and fellow community members, I find access to the waterfront along the Hudson to be a hugely valuable resource for our community. I spend a lot of time along the waterfront with my family. We ride bikes along the Uncle Sam Trail in downtown, visit the boat launch at Ingalls Avenue, and enjoy the forested knolls and amazing river views at 1011 2nd Avenue. The more waterfront we can preserve for public access, the better, and not just because they are pleasant places to spend time. As the comprehensive plan acknowledges, it is high time to reverse the destructive practice of privatizing our waterfronts. This is an environmental justice issue because green space and all the advantages it brings with it, from reduced temperatures to improved air quality to mental health benefits, tend to be more accessible to wealthier, wider communities. Keeping this land undeveloped, perhaps even preserving it as a park, will keep more green space in reach of more people, both in the immediate neighborhoods and in the general Troy area. This is also a climate change mitigation issue. Waterfront developments have the potential to increase the risk of flooding, not just for residents in the developments, but also for the area in general. Soft, undeveloped edges in shoreline habitats provide a buffer against flooding, while additional developed land creates more surface runoff, with additional health risks associated with combined sewer overflow, and narrows the river in such a way that flooding in surrounding areas is potentially increased. Given that there are other locations in Lansingburg that are already developed but not in use, like the former Price Chopper site, stopping this rezoning should be an easy choice. In the Troy I want to live in, a Troy with ample biodiverse and varied green space equitably distributed throughout the city, a Troy that respects and welcomes the voices of Indigenous people and acts in solidarity with them, stopping the development of this land would be an obvious win for the council and the City Planning Commission. I urge you to do whatever is in your power to help us get a little closer to that world. To shift to a different but related topic, it has come to my attention that tonight's agenda also includes approving the payout of a settlement with former Troy PD officer Dominic Kamital. Kamital resigned in shame in 2019, just before the city began a hearing to fire him for disciplinary issues. This was after at least $174,000 was paid out by the city from taxpayer money to settle municipal lawsuits against him for excessive use of force, starting as far back as 2011. Kamital's behavior while he was with the department and the $10,000 settlement to be paid to him is yet another example of the toxic, unbalanced power relationship between police and the community in this city. While I'm relieved Kamital is no longer a part of the department, his long tenure with the department and multiple infractions along the way do not inspire confidence. It is more than time for a civilian review board with real power. Thank you for your time, Ellie Irons.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Ellie. We appreciate your input. Thank you again. Okay, Dan and Ellie are signing off, and we are on to Melissa Bromley. So I'm not sure if she is connecting. Yes. Hello, Melissa. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, welcome to 9 p.m. Thanks for being here. Can you guys hear me?
And yes, thank you.
So I am also speaking about Ordinance 69 as well as Resolution 91. I love the Zoom thing, but it is nerve-wracking to be interacting this way. I'm speaking off the cuff and from the heart, so I appreciate your patience. And yeah, I agree with a lot of what was said. I understand why the City Council is paying the settlement to former Officer Kamatali. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't say something about this, you know, in the midst of all these calls for police reform. I think we can all agree that his behavior is terrible. Nobody wants someone like that in a position of keeping people safe. Okay. And I understand that you all have limited power to check this kind of behavior. And I hope Chief of Police Brian Owens is tuned in and President of the PBA Nicholas Laviano are tuned in. But if they're not, you know, I'm seeking your guidance. You guys understand better the mechanics of how city works. But here, you know, this is the avenue that I have to be heard. So just to put it on the record, you know, the final incident in almost a decade of incidents that we have on records with this particular police officer, his recording device quoted him as saying, "You quote, you should have went to Troy, man." He says to North Greenbush officers, "It's a lot easier. You don't have to deal with this effing shh. You'd be slapping people around, telling them to F off and go play over there." And of course, I'm censoring that. Those are not his words. That's the police officer. That's Troy police officers. Sorry for getting emotional, but you know, I think we all agree that we want safety. And I think we all agree that there are a lot of components to having safer streets. It is terrible. It's totally heartbreaking, the loss of life that we have experienced this year. But this is something we can control. 2011 is the first incident that caused taxpayers to settle for this particular officer. 2013, $60,000, 2014, $60,000, 2015, $39,000. I'm saying the numbers of money to appeal to a broader audience, but the root issue here is that guys like this should not be responsible for the broad safety of our community. And I think that in backing up the many police officers who join the force because they want to do good in the community, it is on us to help keep the force accountable. They need these checks. And you guys are the ones who know what's the next step forward there. So that's my rant on that. You know, how do we build trust? And then for Resolution 91, I already spoke at last week's planning committee meeting, so you heard some of what I had to say there. I said that you know, the environmental impact of developing this wooded land has real impact and should be thought about. not only for the water retention of wooded land that will help with flooding mitigation, but also for the unsafe heat indices that we are already seeing in densely packed urban areas. Mr. Vandenberg got the floor after all the comments, and he got kind of the last word there. But one thing that I noticed that he said was he sort of made claim to being able to develop this land because he had lived in Troy longer than a lot of the other speakers. And, you know, I don't know Mr. Vandenberg, but he seems like a genuine man, and I think I could like him and we could hang maybe. But that was a self-centered response and kind of ironic when the folks who are wanting to care for this land and that I'm hopeful that I can speak in support of are folks who've been caring about this land for thousands of years. The Stockbridge Munsee Band of the Mohicans, the Schaghticoke Tribal Nation. It's just bizarre for him to be like, well, I've been here since however long, so what I have to say about the land matters more. Other than that, at the meeting, Carmela Mantello mentioned that she has a personal relationship with Mr. Vandenberg. They went to high school together, so I hope that she will recuse herself from any voting on this. And the same goes for anybody else who might have a personal relationship with him. I trust that you guys, will do the right thing there. And, I really appreciated Anasha Cummings' call to kind of help Mr. Vandenberg cut his losses. The community's response is growing, and he's investing more and more money into paying consultants and architects and archaeologists. And it doesn't, he mentioned that he does development work on homes that are dilapidated. And I hope that he will consider if you're listening, Mr. Vandenberg, I hope that you will consider focusing your efforts there, because I think you know how helpful that is for our city, and you clearly care about the city. And so, please do that. You've honed a lot of skills in the years that you've been doing this, and I hope that you'll focus those skills. That's it.
Thank you, Melissa. And going to high school certainly does not provoke an ethics challenge or relationship. If that was the case, I wouldn't be able to work with a lot of people. So thank you for joining us. Next on the list, we have, I believe, our last speaker, and that would be Rhea.
We do have one more speaker after Rhea Drysdale. Jess Bennett had gotten disconnected, but she was able to reconnect. So she will be after Rhea, and that will be our last one. Okay?
No problem. Thank you, Mara. Yes, and I believe we have Rhea with us. Hello, Rhea.
Hi, okay.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mara. I appreciate you pronouncing my name correctly. And thank you to the council members for your attention this evening. My name is Rhea Drysdale, and I live on Massachusetts Avenue in Troy. I've been a resident for 13 years, an employer for 12, and a parent for 7, and I'm speaking on behalf of several groups this evening. Andrew, I appreciate your attention, unlike what you showed Philip earlier. The first point is to stress an important message from our friends and neighbors at Troy for Black Lives, who together with other residents of Troy and myself demand better access to these public meetings. Public meetings are supposed to be just that, public. All effort should be made to ensure fair and adequate access to all residents regardless of ability and language. While there are several available options at the point of registration, accessibility and user experience are lacking. I suggest the city reference Raleigh, North Carolina as a model for an easily accessible and equitable user interface and communication strategy. We demand that the City Council opens access to more than one option outside of Zoom for public commentary and written comments, and that you provide required access in accordance with federal civil rights and American with Disabilities law by the next scheduled meeting on the 24th. Now for the primary purpose of my presence tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Mohicanatuk, butchering it because I am exhausted, as are you. about the development of 1011 Second Avenue in Troy. As you're aware from the Planning Commission meeting, any consideration of a change in zoning code must incorporate that such a change be consistent with the comprehensive city plan and in the interest of the current residents of the city and not the developer or its imagined future residents. It must be consistent with the surrounding use and the zoning of the area. At the Planning Committee meeting on the 27th, evidence was provided by expert witnesses that clearly showed the negative impacts for the community that the proposed change in zoning code and the development pose. You have had an abundance of evidence, expert testimony, public comments, and petitions with over 500 signatures at your hand to make an informed decision about the appropriateness of rezoning. The record clearly shows that changing in the zoning code should not and legally must not be granted. The submitted evidence presented on the 27th meeting was resubmitted by the Friends of the Mohicanuk on September 8th. I want to take a moment to remind the council, September 10th, of critical evidence presented at the 27th meeting. Issue 1, historical and archaeological significance. You've been made aware of the historical and cultural significance of the site with artifacts at this location dating back to 1500 to 3000 BC and representative of the archaeological survey firm that Hartgen associated with the development and working with the developer himself stated that this site is a potential for a national register. Not to mention the testimony of Indigenous leaders who can best attest to the significance historically and culturally of this land and the ancestral ties that are maintained and well alive today, although their voices have been excluded from today's meeting at the city's due to the city's resident requirement. Based on the provided evidence, a change in zoning code must be denied due to the negative impact on the historical and archaeological heritage of the city of Troy. Issue 2 is the inconsistency with realized Troy 2018 comprehensive plan. Multiple fact witnesses pointed to the perhaps gravest legal concerns associated with the development, including inconsistencies with the plan, as well as issues regarding spot zoning. Submitted written evidence and expert testimonies further expanded on these legal issues. There are striking discrepancies between the priorities of the comprehensive plan and the proposed rezoning, and statements by the attorney as well as written experts highlight these inconsistencies. A lot of time, effort, and taxpayer money went into drawing the comprehensive plan, and city code itself maintains that any zoning code must be consistent with this plan. Based on the provided evidence in this letter, a change in zoning code must be denied due to explicit inconsistencies. Issue 3, spot zoning. Legal testimony submitted on the 27th, as well as during this general meeting, shows that rezoning is a textbook case of spot zoning. And since questions were raised on the 27th and went unaddressed and insufficiently clarified, our own legal counsel presented a remedy to this tonight, which you laughed through. I'm going to take a second just to say that I know that I am stumbling through this. I did not write it, but I'm speaking on behalf of those who couldn't be here tonight because they were blocked out of this meeting or have otherwise been ignored and silenced. Issue 4, economic grounds. On the 27th, as well as in written expert testimony in today's meeting, including renowned economist John Gowdy, who provided a written submission, it's clear the negative economic impact of the proposal as grounds for denying the change in zoning code for tax parcel 70.64-11. We highlighted the direct and indirect, as well as short and long-term economic costs associated with the proposed development. We explicitly showed that the proposed development will not provide the promised increase in tax revenue and instead significantly will increase the economic costs for the city of Troy and its taxed residents, something the city cannot sustain in its current financial climate. Finally, I want to address violations of the New York State open meetings law that raise alarms regarding the public's right for participation. This vote threatens the history of Indigenous people, many of whom were excluded from participating in City Council's fact-finding and prevented from speaking at tonight's general meeting due to residency requirements. The city has failed despite our urging to ensure a democratic process and failed to be compliant with state law. Given this situation, how can we trust the rights of the public, the Indigenous community, and their leaders will be honored and treated lawfully moving forward? For this reason, we ask you to 1, stop this process right now. 2, work with the developer on an alternative site that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There are plenty of properties and lots of land in the city of Troy that are in desperate need of development. And 3, appropriately protect this land, because I have children that would love to see a waterfront park that is available, culturally significant, and historically protected. Finally, we want to remind you that on the 27th meeting, as well as tonight's general meeting, the public is united and clear in opposition across partisan lines. There is no need to destroy this forest and indigenous cultural site. We have not heard one single argument, not by the developer, not by the Planning Commission, the council, or the public, for why this development must be on this specific site. We have heard not one argument for why this development can't be realized on an alternative site. We did not hear one good reason because there are none. So I urge you to stop this now. My last comments: stop protecting dirty cops. Imagine how much money you could save in the city without all of the settlements, fraudulent overtime, and legal fees. Defund the police who brutalize and ignore residents, and imagine how much money you could save by not following a small group of activists around with a helicopter and 22 police officers, when you could have just handed a sheet of paper over. And Black Lives Still Matter, even when you hold a community event with heavy police presence and then leave the community unprotected after the photo op to be shot on the street. Thank you for your continued service to our city and its residents.
Thank you for joining us. All right, Mara, our last speaker. Hello, Jess. Thank you for joining us. You are in the public forum. You are on mute, sorry.
All right, can you hear me?
You're good.
All right, I promise to keep this short.
Don't have to, you have 7 minutes.
But still, after doing petitioning and going door to door, I left with such an empathy for people who listen to public comment. So I promise to try and not waste your time. I am, of course, here to speak about Resolution 91. I am the homeowner immediately next door, and I'm in agreement with everything that was said by all of the wonderful speakers before this. I hope you guys can see there is a lot of community support for a nature preserve, but certainly not for an apartment complex. So I want to just touch on a few things that haven't been mentioned. I had a conversation with Kathy Sheehan, our wonderful city historian, and she gave me a little bit of background on the site. This parcel over here was originally called, after, of course, we pushed the indigenous people off the site. This was originally Lansing's Grove. It's part of the original 1763 Jacob Lansing home site. And as I understand it, it was used for fruit trees and sustenance farming for the Lansing family. After that, it kind of became more of a community area. She has documentation in a lot of sites that there were clam bakes, and for about 100 years, this was a vibrant community link to the water, to the Hudson. And that is a really wonderful place to pick up where the original inhabitants of Lansingburg, post-colonial, of course, left off. There's a ton of support for redeveloping the Price Chopper site, which we think is a common sense solution. The developer wants to put something in Lansingburg. We are not anti-development. In fact, taking care of the Price Chopper site would eliminate what is eventually absolutely going to become a spot of urban blight. That's a really hard site to redevelop, just looking at it. And I think Mr. Vandenberg's plan might be excellent there. I do also want to point out that the parcel at 111 2nd Avenue in front of the river there, the riverside, it's extremely shallow. I wanted to find the actual depths from the charts for this meeting, but I couldn't get the actual numbers pinned down. But what it's looking like is 2 feet. And if you look on the map, or if you come down to the site, and I'd be happy to walk around with any one of you, it's at an area where the river actually turns. And because it's on a curve, it's a bit more narrow. So if we were going to have a marina, which is part of the plans, and it is a resident-only marina, resident of that apartment complex. So I do want to make that distinction. This won't be serving the community, excuse me. There may need to be dredging because the river is narrower there. And in order to have deeper water so that even just, kind of 20-foot cabin cruiser boats can pull in there, we would need to do, or the developer would need to significantly change the water line there. And I can see that presenting only problems moving forward. However, the Price Chopper site is only 2 or 3 doors down from the Troy Boat Club and is a much deeper water area, deeper water harbor. To me, it just speaks more to this common sense solution. I understand that development is not an apples to apples, just moving parcels around on a chessboard, but both parcels have the same owner. Mr. Vandenberg knew the zoning of the parcel when he approached the owner. It was not for sale. And there must have been some idea that he was going to get this through no problem. You guys are the city council. By the time this goes to the planning board, it's just going to be about crossing the T's and dotting the I's. You guys are here. You are the citizens' first and last line of defense as to what is good for the community. The community spoke tonight. They're not in favor of this. And I don't want to waste your time. I have no doubt this has been an obscenely long night for you guys. And the community will continue to show up about this. This is a real concern. Let's not waste the valuable time of the Planning Commission and the engineering going through all of this. Please do the right thing. Look at the common sense solution for everyone involved, and do not grant the ordinance for the rezone for this parcel. I think that's pretty much it. Everything else has been said. Thank all of you. I really do.
Thank you for joining us, Jess. Thank you. We do have one person who did sign up and just logged in. I believe he's logged in, Mara, and that would be TJ Kennedy. Correct? There he is. Hi, TJ. You are on mute.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I believe I did sign up to speak, but I didn't realize the format until now. So I'm on. Only have a few words. I'm not going to reiterate what other people said. I just am speaking on my own knowledge of the project, and as a former council member with a background in planning and zoning, I'm not specifically opposed or for any idea for this parcel right now, but the actions that are being taken, I think, given what's happening in the city currently with all the projects and the rezone currently in process, I think it's supposed to be done by the end of the year. I don't think it's responsible for anybody making any, zoning related decisions while a zoning law update is taking place. Not only that, just the fact that this parcel has been in its current state for, let's say centuries at least, and there's no reason to make any haste decisions. I'm not saying it's it's not wrong to send it to the Planning Commission, but I just want to speak on and emphasize there's no reason to rush any decision makings around this parcel. And I don't think that the city or city council should be making any zoning related decisions, especially if it isn't in line with the comprehensive plan. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks for joining us, TJ. Thank you. Okay, that wraps up our public forum, and we are now, if everyone is okay without a bathroom break, we're going to go into the legislation. Let me just switch over here. And I want to thank all the folks that took the time to call in, write in, and bear with me. Okay. We have no local laws. We'll go right into ordinances. Ordinance 61, Mara.
Ordinance transferring funds within the 2020 general fund budget. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Zaluski at the request of the administration. I'm sorry, I think that's incorrect. It's Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
No.
I think it was Ordinance 68 that you changed the sponsors on.
Yes, correct. This is 61. We will take a motion.
I'll make a motion since I'm no longer sponsor.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Cummings beat you to the punch. Discussion on this. We have a couple budget transfers and, you know, I do want to highlight there is a temporary position. We did ask in finance regarding that temporary position and we're informed it is a critical BIS part-time employee. So saying that temporary position. So I just want folks to be aware we are watching the essential positions.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I believe this BIS position is designated as there to train the new person for someone that retired. Just wanted to get an update on whether or not that new position has been hired.
We're not yet. We're working on him as far as the start date. We're also doing a background check on him as well too, just due to the fact of the nature of what they have access to. But we're just waiting for that right now, and then they'll be able to start soon.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, further discussion? We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Ordinance 61 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, we're going to move to ordinance 62.
Ordinance amending the capital projects fund. Councilmember Zaluski at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? I just had a question. You know, I know we talked about potential projects put on hold, but more regarding the engineering. I take it this this is more capital and not requiring a whole lot of engineering, or could I be off?
The cash flow for it came out of prior bond resolution. The whole thing's been funded through prior bond resolutions to date.
The engineering's already complete on it.
The general fund didn't pay any, the general fund in its current cash position didn't spend any money to date or will spend any money for the construction of the project.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Ordinance 62 passes, 6 ayes, 1 no.
Correct, and I apologize, Mara, I was the one no, and I know you're not able to watch, so I'll make sure we address that, okay? Ordinance 63.
Ordinance amending the capital projects fund budget. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, we have a tie. I'm going to give it to Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. My only request, Monica, how's that paving schedule coming?
Aaron, how's that paving schedule going now that you're on here?
I forgot Aaron's on. Thank you.
No problem. We're working right now. We have a preliminary list together, and we're just waiting to hear back from some departments, DPU specifically, just to make sure that they don't have anything scheduled on any of those streets over the next 12 months. So once we hear back from them, we'll be good to go. We've also reached out to local contractors for quotes. So we're very close to finalizing that list.
And Aaron, we're piggybacking on the county, correct?
That is correct. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Any
President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings, yes.
I know this has been part of the process in the past, and I assume it still is, but just wanted to make sure that we're also coordinating with National Grid. Obviously, they've been tearing up a lot of our streets lately, so I want to make sure that that doesn't happen in the next couple of years either on these streets.
That's another entity we're reaching out to take a look at the prospective list and get comments. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 63 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Ordinance 64.
Ordinance authorizing and directing sales of city-owned real property by the proposal sale application method. City Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Okay, I know we're going to have some discussion. I'll take a motion first.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have second? Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. What do we want to talk about first?
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
So obviously, one of the properties on this list, actually several are in my district, but one in particular has caused some contention. That's the Mountain View property, Mountain View Ave property, which is SBL 112.76-10-4. The review committee had recommended awarding it to Mike Toomey, who's on the call, and he's provided the council with detailed drawings of what he plans to do with the property, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, my motion that I'm about to make has nothing to do with, I'm not trying to find fault with anything that he's presented to the council thus far. You know, I'm not qualified to judge all of the drawings and renderings that have been presented so far. However, two of my constituents who are also part of the meeting and who spoke tonight, Mark and Sarah Boylan, reached out with their concerns regarding this particular award. I think they've already discussed why in the past they did not submit a proposal on the property. But they do have, in my opinion, legitimate concerns. So I'm going to be motioning to strike this sale tonight. That being said, what I'm really hoping for is that all parties come together and find a way to make this work. Certainly, if I was in Mr. Toomey's position, you know, I'm thinking I'm really excited about building a home in Troy. I'm happy that he's chosen Troy to build a home in. You know, I've heard other remarks regarding our housing stock, and that you know, there are certainly lots of homes available in Troy, but it's his prerogative to construct a new home. And I welcome that investment, but I don't welcome it at the expense of my constituents and their concerns. And I'm just going to relate a quick story about my own experience with something that happened similarly. As you know, Council President, as some of my colleagues know, I used to live on Locust Avenue, 7 Locust Avenue. And I remember we had really nice woods behind us that extended down the hill onto Walker Ave. And then just one day, a bunch of heavy machinery showed up on site, and trees started coming down, and more trees started coming down. And before we knew it, there was a house being built basically in our backyard. Now, of course, that's how you know, that's how property ownership works. If you own a piece of property, you generally get to do what you want with it within the confines of planning and zoning boards. But I got to tell you, you know, we were fortunate enough to just have the driveway portion of that new house in our backyard. The main portion of the house, a little bit of the garage was in our backyard, but the main portion of the house was in our neighbor's backyard. And, you know, they were very upset. You know, since then, I've become friends with our former backyard neighbors. You know, we learned to live with it. But of course, if I had the opportunity to purchase that parcel back then, and this was not a city-owned, has nothing to do with in-rem sales. It wasn't a city-owned property. But if it was something that I had the opportunity to purchase, I probably would have, because I just think in general, homeowners appreciate having barriers around their property. It's nice to have green space. It's nice to have some forested areas. And then in this particular case, if anyone's been up to Mountain View Ave, and I know I have been there, I think Councilman Cummings, Council President Mantello, several of us have visited the site. I know our city engineer, Aaron, has also visited the site. It's definitely a different parcel. It's hilly. There's certain topography there, and the Boylans have some concerns about that. They have concerns about the construction itself. So my motion to amend is to just take a step back and rethink this a little bit and find a way. I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to try to find a way to make this work for all interested parties. Again, we may not be able to reach agreement, and we may be voting on this same legislation next month. But this month, I feel it necessary to strike this property from the list that we're about to vote on. So that being said, I'm going to motion to remove Mountain View Ave 112.76-10-4 from this ordinance.
Okay.
Council President.
Yep. Before we go further, we have a motion on the floor. We'll take a second and then we can discuss. And I do believe that Mara also has both interested parties on hold. So if folks wanted them to join. So with the motion on the floor, we need a second and then we can discuss.
I would like to second that motion, and in so doing, I think it's important that we take into account the neighbors, and I understand there's considerable council precedent for that. So I would second the motion.
Very good. We have a motion, we have a second, and now we can discuss. And if need be, I'm not sure, Mara, if you have the parties still with us. I believe they did hang out. I hope they did, in case people have questions. So stating that, discussion.
Council President.
Yes, Council Member Ash McPherson.
Sharon, are you still with us?
You're on mute, Sharon.
She's not with us?
She's with us. She's on mute. Maybe somebody could text her.
While I'm waiting for Sharon, I'd like to ask Aaron. I know I asked you on this to take a look at the property and whatnot. Do you foresee this property as being an issue as far as building on it that's going to impede on somebody else's property, or any of the concerns that the owners of the adjoining property would have?
I think that this property could be developed without impacting the adjacent property. The subject parcel has about 20 feet of grade drop across it from the rear to the front. The proposed structure is a walkout basement. It's actually a walkout garage, which plays nicely with the topography the site has. The stormwater could be mitigated on site. I think detailed plans would need to be developed in order to mitigate those concerns. But certainly the site is developable. Yeah.
Thank you. Sharon, are you there yet?
I just talked with her. She'll be on in a moment.
Okay, thank you, Andy. And I think Deputy Mayor also reached out to her. Go ahead, Council Member, sorry.
Okay, so I guess I went up and looked at the property. I'm looking at, we have a process of bidders and for selling a property. And this property has been vacant for 5 years. I got a couple of questions I want to ask Sharon when she comes on in regards to the process. Has people been notified of? Sharon, are you with us?
Sharon is with us. I saw her on mute. Sharon? Sharon?
Sharon.
Yes, trying to unmute. You're not showing that you're on mute. So it shows us you're not on mute.
It looks like she unmuted herself, but her microphone may not be working.
That could be, that could be. Do you want to call Mara and Mara could put you on speaker?
Council President?
Yes,
I'm
Council,
already on my own speaker. I can't put somebody else on speaker.
Councilmember Steele.
I believe the statements that were made indicate that the owners were occasionally apprised of the sale, but I believe they explained their circumstances and why they were unable to bid at that time, but are prepared now. So I think that's been answered.
Okay,
Council President, I have the floor. I appreciate your comment, Councilwoman Steele, but I don't know if you know what my questions are. I'd like to know what the process is, and I'd like to know what developed. We have property, and now to pull a property that, in my opinion, was followed properly by law, and now we want to pull it. I'd like to have some clarification, and if I can get it from the assessor's office or whoever, that's what I'm going to get.
Maybe Rick might be able to chime
Council
in.
President?
Yes, Councilmember.
I'll mention, I did go into the assessor's office today and speak with the assessor about the process that was followed here.
Hold on.
Oh, Sharon, looks like you're unmuted.
We have
So you can
Sharon.
speak for yourself.
Councilmember Cummings, you can speak after Sharon. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient. Go ahead, Sharon.
Sharon, I just have a couple questions that I want to ask you. Can you give us the process of what transpired with this property on for the ordinance 64 for Mountain View? What is the process of somebody bidding on the property and so forth?
So when we took the property in 2015, the procedure for my office is to send letters to all the adjoining owners and offer them, letting them know that we took possession and offering them the option to purchase it. We've never had a bid on Mountain View Ave. In June of this year, my clerk sent letters to all adjoining owners of all city properties to try to generate some interest. You know, since the public isn't coming in, we had a little bit of extra time, so we sent everybody letters. It's part of the procedure as per the charter. That's what we did. And we've never heard from anybody except for Mr. Toomey on that property.
Have we ever had a circumstance where after a bid is going through, after everything has been followed, that it's come back to the council that there was a reason why an adjoining homeowner didn't do something and they want to do it now? Have we ever had to pull the property, or has this ever happened before?
I don't recall that's ever happened before. I don't believe so.
I can answer that.
Okay.
Councilmember Cummings would like to answer.
Yeah,
Okay.
sort of ironically, there's actually a property on our agenda today that went through that exact process. The Westover Road property, which with a friend of mine, Brant Carrot, is interested in purchasing today. What is adjacent to his parcel. Someone else had proposed to buy it. He raised some concerns about their use after not purchasing it, and now is in the process of purchasing it from us and joining it to his property instead. So this sort of thing happens. It has happened before, and I'm sure it'll happen again, where, you know, obviously this is a much bigger level of attention than a site that a parcel gets, and it can motivate adjacent property owners to step up.
So what you're saying is this is
Councilmember Ash McPherson, sorry.
right. So this is common practice of the council to circumvent.
I wouldn't say it's sorry. I wouldn't say it's common, but it's certainly one of the benefits to this process. There's a lot of downsides to this process, but one of the benefits is that it allows for a human contact to come through and for us to work through the various interpersonal relationships in a neighborhood and try to find a solution that works for everybody. So, that's the process that is enabled by not just going to a basic highest bidder process. That a lot of places just sell it to the highest bidder, and they would all go to whoever.
So let me ask
But
you,
our process
Councilman.
involves more humanity.
Councilmember Ash McPherson, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so let me ask you,
Councilmember,
Cummings.
hold
Who
on.
was-
Councilmember Cummings, just finish your sentence. I'm sorry, we might be
The
delayed.
last word was humanity. That may be done.
Thank you. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Who was on the process of when this property was all reviewed in the beginning? What was your process of going through it then?
So as always, there's a committee that involves council members, myself and Jim Gully, as well as the deputy mayor, the code department, and the assessor's office. In this instance, I believe it may have only been the code department, the deputy mayor, and the assessor's office on the call when this initial decision was made. I unfortunately had to step off the call after we finished all of the disputed properties, so I'm still getting caught up on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Further discussion on the motion to.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember.
Question for Sharon Martin, our city assessor. Sharon, my understanding, and I think that the council's general understanding is that I know we use the term bid a lot, but these are not bids, they're proposals. And our rule is highest and best use. And one of those criterion is that we prefer to award properties to adjacent property owners. First of all, I understand that the Boylans did not submit a proposal on this property. But my question is, if they had submitted a proposal on this property, would we be having this conversation right now?
Probably not.
So given some precedent that's been set with, and there is a certain irony that Councilman Cummings brought up with Brant Caird. Interestingly, Brant is a friend of Mike Toomey's, and Brant has spoken to me on behalf of Mike Toomey. And Mike, I guess you probably didn't realize that Brant is going through similar to what the Boylans are going through, in that a property adjacent to his was being awarded in the past to someone else, and he had an issue with that, and it was stricken from the list and is now being awarded to Brant himself. That's just a little bit of irony in this whole process. But again, I've been emailing back and forth with Mike. I've been emailing back and forth with the Boylans. Everyone here has good intentions. I feel like there's some way to find common ground, whether there's a better parcel for Mike to locate a new house on, or whether the Boylans can be assured that the construction that Mike is planning would not impact their property. If there's some way to navigate that, I'm willing to spend time to do that. But right now, as I said, based on the fact that we would prefer to award a parcel to an adjacent property owner, to me, I feel like we need to just take a step back, strike this property, and then and revisit it. So I'm going to be supporting this. Of course, I'm supporting it because I made the motion to amend.
Yes, but I have seen some people vote against their own motion. It's okay.
Actually, I've seen that too. So thank you.
He's on the call tonight. Council President.
Councilmember Cummings. And I believe then Councilmember Gully chimed in, maybe not. Okay, Councilmember.
Well, never mind. I had spoken with these.
Okay. Further discussion.
Council President,
Councilmember Gully.
this is a tough situation. We run across a neighbor that has a piece of property that they have been utilizing for a while, and they've called it home even when they didn't own it, but they've utilized it and they've taken care of it and done some things to it. We have a process in line of collecting our foreclosed properties and putting them out for proposals. I feel bad for Sarah and her husband, but they have had since 2015 to look at, talk about, maybe even bid $1, doesn't matter, but just talk about the property that hasn't existed. Now, all of a sudden, when the ball passes, all of a sudden somebody puts in a bid and buys that property and it's a oh my God moment, we're going to lose our yard. Now, I can understand the frustration behind that because, you know, I think all of us have had something in our life where we lost out on something we thought we wanted and we didn't have. But the reality is we have a system in place, and this system protects the movement of these properties to individuals who want to build in our city and live in our city. And Mike Toomey has just as much right to that piece of property because he followed the guidelines and followed the bidding program and submitted his paperwork on time and expressed an interest in that property. So I can understand how much this can hurt both parties, but I hope it can help both parties, because the real problem that Sarah Boylan brought up was the major remediation, the drainage issues, you know, the different lot on a different plan and a different address. All those things are conquerable. As our city engineer had stated, he doesn't see anything that would stop Mr. Toomey, who legally bid on this property through this process that we have established, to build that land there with the proper planning and the proper programming. And I know there's another lot there too. There's -7 over there. There's another piece of empty property that I think is close to the Boylan's property also, maybe even attached to it. I'm not really sure because I didn't really look at the map today. I just think that when we try to circumvent a system because our emotions get in the way, we're not really doing our job. And I know we have to be human about it. I understand that. But I think there's a big enough lot that the Boylans own and the other side of the property they can attach to. And now we have Mr. Toomey who wants to build a home on a piece of property that we had available that anybody could have bid on, including the Boylans, and they didn't exercise their right to do that. So who are we to take away Mr. Toomey's right to buy that property? I can't support the amendment, Ken, but it doesn't mean that I don't understand it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion, questions? Okay, I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember, on the motion to table that particular property.
Well, not to strike it.
Withdraw, correct. Strike it. So Councilmember Gully.
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I have to say, I understand what the situation here, and I feel bad for the Boylans, but I can't support this, Ken. I'm going to say no.
Okay, Councilmember Steele.
Because there is a clear precedent, as we see on our agenda tonight, I am in favor of the amendment.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
And Council President Mantello, yes. So the motion to strike passes 5 yes to no, and we will strike that property. Now, further discussion on any other properties on this particular ordinance.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
I would like us to consider similarly removing the property number, bear with me. What is it, folks? Help me out.
111.68-4-4.
Okay. Thank you, Anasha. Formerly known as the South End Tavern. I have some major concerns about the fact that this bid, I don't think takes into account the actual condition of the property. So I would similarly move to remove that from this list for further consideration.
So your motion is to strike this particular property, Councilmember Steele?
Similar to our previous action, yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification? You said it's 112.24-3-31.3?
Nope.
No.
No,
Oh,
11168-4-4, it's the Burden Avenue?
that's correct.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
That's okay. I am replacing my water here. Thank you, son. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to table 753 to 757 Burden Avenue, AKA Berkey's Tavern. Do we have a second?
Second.
Council,
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Councilmember Gully seconds the table on the discussion.
Council President, you said to table. Is this to table or?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Not to table, to strike. I apologize. Okay, so it would be stricken from this ordinance. So we have a motion. We have a second from Councilmember Gully. Discussion.
Is Mr. Brenner on here? So we can talk to him?
I don't believe so.
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's not.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember.
I did speak with Charles Briner today. I think Councilman Cummings also did. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I can try and answer questions if it's something that because I asked him a lot of questions myself. So if it's something that I asked him, Councilperson Ashley McPherson, I could potentially answer it.
I think that'd be
Not for this
helpful.
Well, I'd like to speak to him actually, because he is the person who proposed on here. So I'd like to speak to him. With him not being here, it kind of makes me think that he's not really interested in keeping this property. Is that true? Councilman Zaluski?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's very interested in developing the South End Tavern. I can talk about what his plans are. He gave a, well, first of all, he probably didn't
No,
know.
I just didn't know if he was, because he's not here. You said you spoke to him. I'm thinking he's not interested. I'd rather, no offense to you, I'm sure I'd rather have the conversation with him. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to speak to him. He didn't reach out to me. So I'm good right now. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to strike the Burden Avenue property.
Council President?
Councilmember Zaluski.
So, I know Mr. Briner, and I understand that there were multiple bids placed on this particular property. And I know that some people have raised concerns about Mr. Briner's ability to pull off a project of this magnitude. I say this magnitude, I mean, it's an old restaurant that's fallen into pretty extreme disrepair. What I can say is, I asked him a lot of the same questions that I can anticipate that other council members would be asking tonight, because I also had concerns about his ability to pull it off, even though I know what he does for business. I know I have an idea of what he has, the cash flow he has available to himself to be able to invest in a building. But yeah, he basically wants to move his own business into the first floor of the South End Tavern. I don't know if we should keep calling it that, but the subject property. And he's already moved out. His offices were in Saratoga, and he's moved out of those offices and wants to be in Troy. His business partner, his first name is Rocco. I don't remember the last name. He wants to be in Troy, and they have another business partner in Averill Park. And they all have decided they want to be in Troy, which is awesome. This property has been on the list for quite some time, at least 4 years, I believe. And I could tell you just as a point of evidence in how excited people are about it, at this past Tuesday's Osgood neighborhood meeting, I made the announcement that on the list of properties that we're potentially awarding this evening, the old South End Tavern is on the list, and everyone started clapping. Because as you know, Osgood is South Troy, and people in South Troy have been waiting a long time for someone to take on this project. I know that he put an amount on his application, on his proposal, that seemed low. And in my opinion, it is low. And I said that to him. I said, Chuck, that's a really low amount. And he said, well, no, that's just a number we put out there to, get ourselves in the front door. He said, we're going to be investing a lot more money in that. And I said, well, you should have put that on the proposal because you're making people think that you don't have the money to invest. But he understands that it's a significant project. He does have the cash flow necessary to invest in it. That being said, Councilperson Ash McPherson, you should call him and talk to him about it. Like, don't take my word for it. Question the guy, grill him all you want. He's got some pretty interesting plans. He wants to, I think the back area, there's like a hole in the back. It's pretty, that back area of the building is pretty dilapidated. He wants to turn that into kind of a whole glass section, multi-floor glass section that would look out onto the creek. Of course, he wants to make the first floor habitable for his business, and then going forward, work on the second and third floors and get other businesses in there. He said that he does have interested parties that once the office space is created, they would be moving in. We all know that building is probably I think it's the first building you see when you're coming in through South Troy, heading north. Right now it looks like, it's a broken down building. It'd be really nice to see that be a vibrant business center. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to host multiple businesses in there, including his own. And I think that's really important to note that it's effectively going to be owner occupied. His own business will be in there. So I feel confident that he could pull it off. And I support him in this, which means, unfortunately, Councilperson Steele, I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Councilman Zalewski, thank you for giving that information. And I'm sure he would be really excited for that property, just as Mr. Toomey would be very excited for his property as well that he was bidding on. This is, I wish he was here so I could look into more and get the questions directly. So I'm going to support Councilwoman Steele's to remove it. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I'm a little confused. His name, address, phone number, email address are all included in the backup as it is with every bidder. That's why I reached out to him before the meeting to have my concerns addressed, which are similar concerns, right? This is a property that has a tremendous amount of work and history that needs to be done. And his proposal suggests that he was planning to spend $8,000 repairing it. Obviously, it needs more than that. And he reassured me that he's been through it a few times through the years and is very aware of the work that needs to be done in the building and has the financial wherewithal to accomplish that. I'm looking forward to moving a few new businesses to Troy. I will say he, obviously I would encourage him to get an official engineering study done as soon as possible. But going through that process wouldn't delay this any more than what's being proposed. If he wants to back out later because it's a bigger project than he thought, he can do that. And it wouldn't delay this any more than what's currently being proposed. But for now, I'd rather move it forward. I don't want to see this getting into further disrepair through the course of another winter on the city rolls.
Yeah, and I guess the big question is, Sharon, if we were to strike it, when would it go back out?
Probably October. Depends on when we get the sign off from the judge for the next foreclosure. We're anticipating October. It could be November.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, we're going to do slow roll. Council Member Gully, this is to strike the motion to strike the Vernon Ave property.
Right.
Yes.
Council Member Ash McPherson.
Reluctantly, I'm going to say yes because I wish Mr. Brenner was here, but so I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Council Member Steele.
Aye.
Council Member Cummings.
No.
Council Member Zalewski.
No.
Councilmember McDermott.
Council President,
Yes.
this building has been vacant for far too long. And I am happy to see that somebody finally put a bid in on it and they will bring life back into the building. So I will be voting no to strike it.
Okay, and Council President Mantello, so it's on me. So a couple things. Berkey's brings incredible memories to myself, my in-laws who were very close to Buddy Burke and Shirley Burke and all the folks that hung out down there. Saying that, it's been vacant far too long. I did have an opportunity to speak to Chuck. I want to say 3 or 4 days ago. He did contact me today and stated he was unable to attend this evening. So it is unfortunate because I do think he has good ideas for the property. You know, the other bids, I think certainly very credible also, but you know, the building is in great disrepair and about ready to collapse. So I'm going to vote in favor, or I'm going to vote against the proposal to strike this and vote in favor and give Chuck a shot. Okay. So the motion to strike goes down 4-3, burden stays on, and further discussion on this ordinance. Okay, all in favor with, I apologize. So on the amended ordinance, which did strike the one property. So on the amended ordinance, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Cummings. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion on the amended ordinance. Okay, all in favor on the amended ordinance?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay.
No.
Okay. Mara?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Did Councilmember Gully and Councilmember Ash McPherson voted no? Is that correct?
Just Councilmember Ash McPherson, I believe.
No, I also voted no.
I apologize. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So ordinance 64 passes, 5 ayes and 2 noes.
Okay. Moving forward.
Ordinance 68.
68, yes.
Ordinance amending Chapter 247 of the Troy City Code. This one is sponsored by Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Zaluski at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember McDermott. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I had an interesting question about this come in during the meeting, which was whether or not there's a process to revoke permits for folks who are disturbing the peace with very early morning pickups, which is an ever-present issue with dumpster hauling. So I was wondering if the deputy mayor might speak to plans around timing within this permit process.
Well, there's certainly some, we do get those calls. I know we've had some issues up on 13th Street and a couple other areas. So I know Renee and Chuck have been calling the contractors that they're the vendors themselves. And there is a time period in our ordinance and we remind them of that. Typically, I'm gonna say, once we do address it with the company, typically they adhere to it, but the hauler permit is just one more tool in the tool shed to be able to hold over them in order to make them comply as well right now. Because right now, other than an ordinance, you know what I mean, and a time frame in it. There's no action that we can really take other than, you know, barring them from driving through the city, which, you know, that would be really kind of impossible. So
the last section under refuse and revoke, if the applicant has been convicted of a misdemeanor or felony, might it be worth adding something about a violation of sound ordinance or something along those lines? Sorry to just be throwing this at the end of the process. I don't know if Corporation Counsel is still
is the
on.
Corporation Counsel on there?
Yes, Rick is here.
He can certainly see.
Rick, do you mind? Rick?
Well, I mean, hold on a second. So if you look at it under number H, a permit may be refused or revoked. And then if you go further down, it says, or if, oh crap, I just lost it. Or if the applicant otherwise fails to meet the requirements of this article to the satisfaction of the commissioner. So the commissioner has the ability to revoke or, you know.
Well, that's about requirements about insurance, etc. I'm basically wondering whether or not it'd be too broad to enable revocation for violations as well as the misdemeanor.
I see Rick has joined us. Rick?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry about that. I couldn't operate it. So the question, as I understand it, Councilman Cummings, is under what circumstances could an applicant could a permittee be revoked? A permit be revoked?
In particular, could a permit be revoked for continuous violation of a noise ordinance, which I don't think raises to a misdemeanor.
Well, I don't have the entire ordinance in front of me, but I sort of think that the language quoted by the deputy mayor might cover that situation. I mean, it's basically.
Is there a reason not to allow for revocation in case of a violation? Is that too broad and too?
I'm sorry.
Bar?
Is there
a reason? Is there a reason not to include that it can be revoked if the applicant has been? I guess it's not really convicted of a violation; it's a citation. So I don't know how to include a violation in that clause, in that first clause.
The language that the deputy mayor quoted is very broad. It really, was meant to, I mean, if the permit is valuable to the applicant, they really do not want to be on the wrong side of the commissioner. And so I think that, you know, one way or another that will be able to be enforced.
Okay, we can address it if it becomes an issue.
We could make it more specific, I suppose, if you want, but.
We can address it in the future if it becomes an issue. Certainly, just want to make sure that the commissioner has any teeth they might need in the future if folks are flouting the ordinance without committing a misdemeanor.
So, Council President, could I interject for a moment?
Sure,
Mara. I just wanted to mention there that sentence that the deputy mayor read. That's the kind of phrasing that actually the general code would come back with a change, and they would change the requirements of this article to the requirements of this chapter. Because the way this is written is as an ordinance, but once it gets put into the code, it's a chapter. It's no longer an ordinance. So I think if you just amended that statement, that sentence to say, meet the requirements of this chapter, then that would encompass the entirety of the chapter, and any violation therein, the commissioner would be able to void the permit.
All right, I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to amend H 247. Bear with me. H, a permit may be refused, revoked, etc. We're going to amend article to chapter. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I guess as sponsor, I could sort of make that. By anyway.
It's fine. Do we have a second?
Council President, you might want to make sure you change article throughout the document.
Ooh, is article elsewhere, I take it?
Yeah, what I was going to mention before, just to Anasha, is in 247-5 under section 2, It actually says that obtained from the Commissioner of General Services a solid waste collection permit to do and shall have agreed to conform to the regulations established by this article. And any other rules or regulations that may be promulgated by the Rensselaer County Department of Health or the City of Troy Department of General Services concerning the removal of solid waste from the city. So I think that actually covers exactly what you were talking about on the any rules and regulations that we put forward. It's actually covered in section 2, but there is the word article throughout that as well too. So if you're going to change it, you might want to change all.
Noted.
Sounds good. And so do you want to amend your motion to change article?
I'll make a new motion to change article throughout.
Thank you. Chapter. And before we get a second, Rick, you concur, correct?
Yeah, I think that will work. I'm a little bit confused because Mara said that the codifiers would change articles to, or whenever we had article, they would change it to, what did you say, Mara? They would change it to chapter?
Correct.
They would potentially change it if, I've not seen the use of the word article before in legislation, so I don't mean that word in particular, but oftentimes we will send legislation that says this ordinance, but obviously once it gets put into the code, it's not an ordinance, it's a chapter. And so they'll change the word ordinance to chapter. So I'm just suggesting that may be unclear in the terms of the code. When you think of it as part of the code, a chapter in the code and not a piece of legislation. I just think the word chapter might be more clear.
The source of confusion is that I don't think that I originated the word article. I think that came from the prior legislation, which meant it was in there before. So that's why I wasn't quite sure. But I think chapter 247 is the chapter that we are amending. So if you change article to chapter, it should work.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to amend article throughout the chapter 247 to chapter. Do we have a second?
Happy to second that form.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion. As I mentioned earlier in finance, good work on the hauler permit overhaul. And I just don't like the language regarding the solid waste fee. So I will be voting no on the overall chapter, but I did want to state that the hauler language has been cleaned up very nice. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
So that was on the amendment?
Yes.
The amendment passes 6-1?
Correct. I will vote yes on the amendment. I apologize. So now on 7-0 on the amendment, the amended ordinance. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Ordinance 68 passes 6 ayes, 1 no.
Ordinance 69.
Ordinance authorizing settlement of claims to wit, Dominic Comitao plaintiff versus City of Troy defendant, Rensselaer County Supreme Court case index number EF 2020-265299. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Ordinance 69 passes 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 87.
Resolution adopting the retention and disposition schedule for New York Local Government Records, LGS-1. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration,
No.
At the request of the administration.
Probably should not be, but that's fine. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 87 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 88.
Resolution authorizing changes to the Armenian Genocide Monument. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Ty. We'll give it to Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. I will just say this, this is a very, very good proposal. And I want to thank Steve Strikeman for working with this project and all the folks affiliated with the project, Diana Malconian and so many others. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Resolution 88 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
All right. Bear with me. Resolution 89.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Troy authorizing the execution of a payment in lieu of tax pilot agreement by and among the City of Troy, Hillside Views Housing Development Fund Company, Inc., and Hillside Views Apartments, LLC. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. Steve, we did clean up that last page where I think there was a template and Councilmember Steele's name was on it.
Yes, we did. I hope so. I went back and changed it. I believe we got the corrected version back. Yes.
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
Good memory.
Yep, discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
Resolution 89 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 91.
Resolution
Sorry,
referring land.
Council President.
Yes.
I was muted, but trying to note that I would like to abstain from the previous vote. Only because I worked for TRIP at a time when we're starting to think about, well, I'm sure they've been thinking about these sort of things for a long time prior to that too, but I'm super supportive of the project, but nonetheless will recuse myself for appearances.
Sure, absolutely.
If not the law.
No problem. Mara, if you could change that vote.
Resolution 89 passes, 6 ayes, 0 noes, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Resolution 91.
Resolution referring Lansingburg zoning change request to Planning Commission for review and recommendation. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Ash McPherson.
On ordinance 91, you know, I appreciate everybody that came on and all the information. Resolution, I apologize. I don't know if they realize that this is a private property, that we have nothing to do with how this property, who buys this property. The owners, they could build houses on this themselves. The city doesn't own it, and we're not voting on to pass it tonight to give the okay to build 240 apartments. What we're doing, hopefully, is trying to send it to planning, where we have the architects, we have the engineers there to make the decisions, to look in the archaeology, to see if this is a possibility. If it's not, they're going to come back and say no. I have confidence in the planning that they're going to do their due diligence and look through this property. This is not saying, yes, we're going to allow 240 apartments being built. We're saying, let's have the zoning look at it to make sure what they're doing on the property. So I just wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, it's true that we don't own this property, but we are in charge of the zoning of this property. And as such, it has long been zoned R1. Kind of ironic the position we're in, who's supporting continued single family zoning and who's supporting more development, higher density. But at any rate, the proposal before us today, you're right, is just the start of a process, but it's a question of whether or not we as a council see enough merit in the potential project to outweigh the preponderance of evidence, of testimony, and of discussion from neighbors and supporters throughout the region, it looks like, who would rather see that last bit of forest land on the Hudson be preserved. Of course, we will not have final say on what happens on that property, but we do have final say on whether or not that property is worth rezoning as a planned development district for hundreds of units. And no matter what work is done over the next couple months, I can't imagine that work being worth the effort. I can't imagine why we would want to put that work on our already tasked planning department and planning commission to figure out that this is an inviable project, and or come back to us with a recommendation to tear down the forest, and then we again have to make this decision, which again is a bad decision. It's zoned R1. It should remain R1, and in the rezoning process, it should be established as a significant riparian buffer. As we should establish along the waterfront throughout the city. So this is very much outside of the normal process to be considering this rezoning. I can't support it and wouldn't support the project moving forward in the future either way.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
I too echo much of what Council Member Ash McPherson said. I'm very grateful for all of those who've spent so much time and passion researching this, reaching out to the community, and garnering support for their position. And I think there was misconception that our action tonight was actually regarding the zoning issue. I think enough questions have been raised that I don't feel personally that I have the expertise to answer those zoning questions. And so I think that's why we have a planning commission. They have the experience. They've done these sorts of things before. And so I feel it makes sense. It doesn't mean that I'm in favor of the project. I just want to hear their opinion on what's best or what's legal or what should be done. So I will be supporting this as a step in the process.
Okay, further discussion.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
So Councilperson Steele makes very valid and logical arguments, and I'm not even going to challenge that because that does make sense. I know Councilperson Ash McPherson also remarked that we've received so many correspondences, but people seem to not I think some citizens understand what this legislation tonight is about, and others probably do not, because we've heard enough of people say, please don't change the zoning, please don't, and tonight's legislation doesn't do that. I'm not going to be supporting tonight's resolution, and of course I fully realize that this resolution is not trying to change zoning, but I feel like I'm on this green space kick right now because we were talking about the property over on Mountain View. I think where I'm going with this is that I don't want to try and develop every piece of green space in the city of Troy. I feel like as a city, green space, especially historically significant green space, we should be working very hard to preserve. So I feel like I'm probably in the minority on this particular issue, at least right now. But this is just me signaling that I'm just not supportive of this idea of developing this particular parcel. But I fully understand the arguments for sending this to the Planning Commission and seeing what they have to say about it. I'm also just going to mention, I think Philip Oswald talked about this, the spot zoning issue. It's going to come back to us at some point. And again, I did some more reading on spot zoning since the last meeting. I don't know. I feel like it's really hard to make an argument that this is ultimately not going to end up being spot zoning. But we'll see what happens going forward. But right now, the way I'm feeling tonight is that I'm not supporting this resolution, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
I look at the shorelines from other municipalities and I think maybe they know something that we don't. It seems like a great project. It's fully funded, which makes it exciting for future ventures in the city. And I will be supporting it tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. I have a couple of questions. Steve,
Sure.
Spot zoning has been thrown out there. What is you and maybe even our corporation council, is this proposal? And yes, this evening, we all know we're not voting on the ordinance to rezone. Is this proposal though, would it be spot zoning?
So in speaking with Andy Brick, our corporation counsel specifically contracted out for the zoning board, his opinion is no, that is not specifically spot zoning. Most of the issues that have been brought up, and again, we didn't have arguments prepared tonight because we figured most of this discussion would occur before the Planning Commission. As far as the comprehensive plan, it does support a number of initiatives in the comprehensive plan. As much as there are arguments either way, it's a balancing act that the Planning Commission will have to review. As far as economic impact, the water and the sewer are already there. Again, this is not city open space. This is privately owned open space that if this was voted down today, the developer could come in and clear cut the land and put in 60 houses tomorrow after site plan review. And there's no way to prevent, really no way to prevent that. But as far as the spot zoning issue, that is something that will be clearly reviewed. And again, you can argue it either way, whether or not it is or is not. And I don't think, given the ability to make the planned development district there, that it is spot zoning.
Yeah, a couple more questions. It was mentioned, honestly, if this was city land, I don't think we would be having this conversation. It's not. Saying that though, the comprehensive plan was brought up a couple times, Realize Troy, and certainly a lot of money went into that, a lot of foundation money, state grants, you name it. The Canadian firm came down. One of their initial proposals was to extinction, if I could spit that out, of the dinosaur, if you recall. Now, I do know the Planning Commission, that was one of the original, absolutely. And Steve, you and the Planning Commission put a lot of time and effort, because I was there during the midway of the comprehensive plan, not at the beginning, but midway. And then we picked up from there, and you put a lot of time into that comprehensive plan with your staff to clean it up, saying that we know a comp plan, yes, it's a vision. Can you just touch upon real quick the mentioning of the comp plan and how this would completely go against everything the comprehensive plan stands for?
Well, and again, I don't think it does completely go against it. So again, a lot of the comprehensive plan was done before I got here. We cleaned it up, brought a lot of neighborhood pieces, elements into it. I don't ever remember a discussion of this particular parcel. One of the things that we did pull out of the comprehensive plan was there was a lot of zoning recommendations in there that kind of outlined how the zoning was going to be. And we pulled most of that out because it was based on a comprehensive plan. Then you do the development of the zoning ordinance. And this one map that shows R1 probably should not have been in there. You know, it should have come out of the zoning that follows. But again, I don't think this parcel, to my knowledge, was ever really discussed. I cannot argue the fact that it does show that it's low-rise residential. But there are a number of other pieces in the comprehensive plan. The creating of a network of parks, open space, trails, waterfront development. All these opportunities are there with the potential reuse of this land. How many times have we heard the neighborhood up there complain about the condition or lack of sidewalks as you get north of the Hannaford lot? And we have the opportunity here to bring the sidewalks in, which fits right in with the comprehensive plan's mobility section. So there are a lot of things that this plan does support in the comprehensive plan, and there are arguments to be made either way. And that's just something the Planning Commission will be looking at.
Yep. And my last question would be, how does this jive as it does move forward? And I know tonight we're not making that decision, but how does it jive with the zoning update?
With the zoning update, we've looked at creating a waterfront district that allows for some denser development. This was a parcel we kind of didn't get to yet, kind of pending this piece. So I don't really have an answer for you on this particular section.
Okay. Well, more importantly,
Yeah.
as the consultants go out there and do their neighborhood meetings, is this going to coincide? Do you see the timing happening together, or do you see the zoning update maybe happening after potentially the planning commission does this?
I think the zoning update, most likely, we've been slowed down a little bit. I don't plan on going out to the public with this until January.
Okay.
So that'll be, and again, as far as pilots go, you know, the same developer developed the properties up on Oakwood Avenue. That was, I would not give it, we gave a sales tax exemption on that, but there's no pilot on that. And I really don't see any reason that we would be issuing a pilot on this as well. And again, there's existing water and sewer up there. So there's an opportunity to upgrade that, not create infrastructure that we're going to need to now maintain over the years.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Cummings. Yeah.
I'm sure this is preliminary. Would a public safety study be part of this as well? And has anyone just back of the envelope, is the Lansingburg station ready for 240 units at the very northern part of of the district? As it stands now, my understanding is they're pretty stressed as it is. What would it take to add capacity to cover this?
I'm not really prepared to answer that, but we will certainly look. We can look into that as well. And I mean, if you have other things you want us to
I guess
look
I
into.
might address that to the mayor for a minute in terms. I know we've been looking at capacity at the Lansingburg station for a while. Where is it at? Is it pretty much at max capacity as it is?
I don't think we're at a point where we can definitively say it's max capacity or it can and can't handle another 200 units. It depends on the construction type, sprinklering, a bunch of things that we just don't have details on at this point. I think that would be part of the process of evaluating this parcel.
Okay.
Thank you. Further discussion, questions?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to one remark from Councilperson Gully, talking about other municipalities that are on the riverfront, and you remarked, Jim, that you see that the riverfronts are developed. I'm not sure that that should be a goal for the city of Troy to develop our entire riverfront, especially when, if you look down in South Troy, something that I've been hoping for many years. I don't really know how to push it forward, but I would love to see large residential and or large business parks along the waterfront where we had our old, industrial areas. And I understand with soil remediation and everything, it's tough to put residential, but maybe, a business park, if Google or Amazon would open up a huge, satellite office on our riverfront, that would be incredible. But I guess this is just personal for me. I just don't think that we need to make that a goal to develop our entire riverfront. And I think it makes sense to have some quality green space on the river for our residents. Now, that being said, I totally get it. This is land owned by Golub, I believe. And so that would require Golub, selling that land to an interested party, maybe a nonprofit or the city of Troy, to make it a bigger public amenity. But I just, from my perspective, I just don't believe in trying to develop all of the waterfront and turning. I don't think going up and down the waterfront you just want to see concrete structures or whatever. So anyway, that's my own take on it. But certainly other municipalities have done that differently and have developed their waterfronts, and it makes sense for them.
Further discussion?
Council President.
Yes, Council Member.
Councilman Zaluski. I never used the word all, you did. Second thing is we have Riverfront Park. We have the 120th Street Park. We have every end of every street in Lansingburg leads to a wooded area along the river. So it's not the only piece there. And it's not the only section that we need to care about. It's okay to be green. You just don't want to be too green.
Council President, if I can respond.
Council Member Zaluski.
I would say that the designers of New York City might disagree. New York City, they built up, but they reserved a large portion of the island of Manhattan for green space, and to this day, they make that a priority. They've tried to intrude on that space, but I think it's very important to city dwellers to have a good amount of green space, specifically because you're in a city and it's dense. People are living close to each other, on top of each other. It's the way I think society was meant to be, not necessarily all spread out like the suburbs or the rural areas. But what you're giving up when you pack people in dense areas is the ability to experience the outdoors. So I'm definitely, it's just my own personal thing. I put a priority on having a lot of green space in the city.
Council President.
Yes, Council Member Ash McPherson.
If I'm not mistaken, I think in the comprehensive plan, it's developing also behind Price Chopper. That area is being developed into a green area. So there's still gonna be plenty of green area, ocean or riverfront at that spot. There's supposed to be a bike trail from that. There's supposed to be a walking park. There's supposed to be several different things if I'm remembering it correctly. I just want to throw that in there.
Council President.
Yes, thank you, Council Member Ash McPherson. Council Member Cummings.
Yeah, really excited about the work that's being done along the waterfront. Obviously, we were at the ribbon cutting yesterday or a couple days ago for the marina and riverfront park extension that is great access to the waterfront. But it's a very developed area. It's a nice walk along the riverfront. And I'd really encourage council members, if you do vote to let this move forward, we've got a few months after that, and I'd encourage you to take some time and walk around the forest here, because it really is nothing like it exists in Troy. There are large old growth forests in a way that we just really don't have. In any possible, there's no way to develop that. That would be lost forever. And so, yeah, take a moment to enjoy the natural beauty of it. And well, certainly, I don't think there's any comparing it to a riverfront promenade.
Further discussion.
Council President.
Yes.
I have one
Councilmember
question,
Gully.
maybe two for the deputy mayor.
Sure.
Monica, can you tell me how many parks we have in the city and how many acres of land they utilize in our city?
If I remember correctly from the comprehensive plan that we're all talking about, I believe we have 2,200 acres of green space throughout the city of Troy as a whole. That is hillsides, wooded areas, parks, formal parks, pocket parks. I believe at the last count, if I remember correctly as well too, I think it's 25 parks in the city of Troy, whether they're small parks or large parks throughout north to south, what I say west to east, which isn't really west, but that's about, I think it's about 25 or 27.
Does that include also the sprawling trees and greenery along Oakwood Cemetery that go for 2.5 miles?
The 2,200 acres of green space does include places like Oakwood Cemetery. Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was my last question at 10:46 tonight.
Does it include places like
Councilmember
the
Cummings?
parcel being discussed?
Councilmember Cummings.
From what I
My sense is that, quote, yeah.
From what I recollect from completing the comprehensive plan a long time ago, they included all of the green space. So when they surveyed the city, they took all the green space within the city. And then that was actually what they had suggested in the comp plan, similar to the zoning and all the other pieces of the parcels that we need to do, is the green space plan that they actually recommend that we do as well too. But also keep in mind that, yeah, anyway, never mind. 2,200 acres. I'll keep my mouth shut on the other stuff.
You're fine.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, we're going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings,
No.
Councilmember Zaluski,
No.
Councilmember McDermott,
No.
Council President Mantello. I was going to make my comments before this, but I figure I'd do it during the slow roll. So please have a little patience. If this was City Land, we would be having a different conversation. In my opinion, this resolution, as all of us know, is not certainly set in stone in terms of the proposal in front of us. I foresee the developer having a super long haul should this pass. Many of you know, and you've heard it many times, as prior executive director of the Greenway, the canal, and also the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area, I just had the incredible opportunity to not look at development or environmental protection, development or historic preservation. I was afforded an incredible opportunity to work with all partners, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, to merge environmental protection, historic preservation, educational, environmental education, trails, waterfront access, public amenities into not just public developments, but private developments with communities all across the state, along the canal, along the Hudson River. Scenic Hudson was one of those partners. Steve and I worked together over in Schenectady on a couple properties. So I'm not coming out in support or against this, but I do feel it's not our property. And I feel more importantly, I don't look at it as an either or. I look at it as an opportunity. I look at it as the present owner could certainly do something even worse than what's proposed. But I see it in the hands of the Planning Commission in terms of environmental reviews, historic reviews, but incorporating smart growth principles, the amenities I mentioned, waterfront access, canoeing, kayaking. Somebody mentioned that it's not deep enough there. That's not true. I already spoke to folks who are in the know regarding that. So I take this very, very serious because as I said, I had 11 years traveling the state, working with communities on projects just like this. So, I'm hearing green space, no economic development, or economic development, no green space. Guess what? We can do both. And that's where the Planning Commission comes into play. And that's where, Steve, we're going to hold you accountable. I don't support or oppose the rezoning of this particular site. I want to make that very, very clear. However, I do support moving forward to see if it has viability. If the developer is in this for the long haul and wants to spend the money and incorporate what I feel can be incorporated, guess what? I have walked the site. I have looked at the site. It has incredible opportunity. And you know what? Mr. Vandenberg may have to scale back his project. That happens. This is step one of many, many steps down the road. And frankly, I don't see the project that's in front of us now coming to fruition without, at least I'm not going to support it without environmental protection, historic preservation, environmental education, some waterfront amenities. I already told Kevin. So saying that, I see this not as an either or, I see it as a potential partnership, public, private, residential, everyone working together to capitalize on a waterfront parcel, waterfront development that is being proposed to be developed that we don't own. And like I said, we would be having a different discussion if the city owned this property. So saying that, I vote aye to move it to the Planning Commission. Mark?
Resolution 91 passes, 4 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay. Sorry, my computer logged off. We are moving to resolution 92.
Resolution proclaiming September 2020 as Ovarian Cancer and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Troy, sponsored by the whole city council.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember
Motion that
Zaluski.
we dispense with the reading of the resolution this evening.
I was just going to say that. I would at least, though, like to read the first paragraph, essentially increasing awareness for both of these serious illnesses throughout the city of Troy. And hopefully folks who are paying attention and maybe aren't do go for screening and do take a look at some of the risks associated with these horrific diseases. So saying that, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Resolution 92 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Resolution 93 is a no. It did not pass finance. Resolution 94.
Resolution confirming appointments to the Troy Industrial Development Authority. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 94 passes, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
On that note, okay, on that note, I will take a motion to adjourn and just remind folks about tomorrow, September 11th, short ceremony, 112th Street, along the waterfront at the 9/11 Memorial. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski. Do I have a
Second.
second? Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
In 9 hours.
This is a long one. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Opposed? Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Good night.